Persia, Part 1, The Mighty Empire, Historical Note. Many centuries ago the Aryans made their way to the countries known later as Media and Persia. At first the Medes were by far the stronger. They struggled fiercely with the Assyrians of Mesopotamia and finally succeeded, with the aid of the Babylonians, in overcoming them and burning their capital Nineveh. The Persians had been under the sway of the Medes, but they revolted against their rulers, and Cyrus, the Persian king, became sovereign of the United Nations. His kingdom stretched from the Indus River to the Mediterranean Sea, and from the Caspian Sea to the Persian Gulf. Vast as it was, it did not content his son Cambyses, and before long Phoenicia, Egypt, and all northern Africa were added to his dominions. His successor Darius also longed for wider territories. He overcame northwestern India, and twice he attempted to invade Greece. On his first invasion his ships were shattered in a storm. On the second he was utterly routed at Marathon. His son Xerxes also attempted to conquer Greece, and at first he met with success. He overcame the Spartans at Thermopylae and tore down Athens. This was the end of his good fortune. His fleet was destroyed, and he returned to Persia. His general Mardonius remained, but he was routed in a furious battle at Plataea. End of section 57. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by Jim Locke. Of all the heroes of the Persian legends, the greatest was Rustum. His exploits were numerous enough to have needed the work of at least a score of champions for more than a score of years. While he was away from his own country, his wife bore him a son, Sohrab. But lest Rustum should send for the boy to train him to become a warrior, she bade a messenger say to her husband that their child was a girl. This was how it came to pass, some years later, that Rustum and Sohrab, being on opposite sides, met in single combat, wherein Sohrab received his death wound. He declares, "The mighty Rustum shall avenge my death, my father, whom I seek through all the world. He shall avenge my death and punish thee." The Editor. And he saw that youth, of age and looks, to be his own dear son, piteous and lovely, lying on the sand, like some rich hyacinth which by the scythe of an unskilful gardener has been cut, mowing the garden grass plots near its bed, and lies, a fragrant tower of purple bloom, on the mown dying grass. So Sohrab lay, lovely in death, upon the common sand. And Rustum gazed on him with grief, and said, "O Sohrab, thou indeed art such a son, whom Rustum, wert thou his, might well have loved. Yet here thou errest, Sohrab, or else men have told thee false. Thou art not Rustum's son, for Rustum had no son. One child he had, but one, a girl, who with her mother now plies some light female task, nor dreams of us. Of us she dreams not, nor of wounds, nor war." But Sohrab answered him in wrath, for now the anguish of the deep-fixed spear grew fierce, and he desired to draw forth the steel and let the blood flow free, and so to die. But first he would convince his stubborn foe, and rising sternly on one arm, he said, "Man, who art thou who dost deny my words? Truth sits upon the lips of dying men, and falsehood while I lived was far from mine. I tell thee, pricked upon this arm, I bear that seal which Rustum to my mother gave, that she might prick it on the babe she bore." He spoke, and all the blood left Rustum's cheeks, and his knees tottered, and he smote his hand against his breast, his heavy mailed hand, that the hard iron corslet clanked aloud. And to his heart he pressed the other hand, and in a hollow voice he spake and said, "Sohrab, that were a proof which could not lie. If thou show this, then art thou Rustum's son." Then with weak, hasty fingers Sohrab loosed his belt, and near the shoulder bared his arm, and showed a sign in faint vermilion points, pricked as a cunning workman in Pekin pricks with vermilion some clear porcelain vase, an emperor's gift. At early morn he paints, and all day long. And when night comes, the lamp lights up his studious forehead and thin hands, so delicately pricked the sign appeared on Sohrab's arm, the sign of Rustum's seal. It was that griffin which of old reared Zal, Rustum's great father, whom they left to die, a helpless babe, among the mountain rocks. Him that kind creature found, and reared and loved. Then Rustum took it for his glorious sign, and Sohrab bared that image on his arm, and himself scanned it long with mournful eyes, and then he touched it with his hand and said, "How sayest thou? Is that sign the proper sign of Rustum's son, or of some other man's?" He spoke, but Rustum gazed and gazed and stood speechless, and then he uttered one sharp cry, "O boy, thy father!" And his voice choked there, and then a dark cloud passed before his eyes, and his head swam, and he sank down to earth. But Sohrab crawled to where he lay, and cast his arms about his neck, and kissed his lips, and with fond, faltering fingers stroked his cheeks, trying to call him back to life. And life came back to Rustum, and he oped his eyes, and they stood wide with horror, and he seized in both his hands the dust which lay around, and threw it on his head, and smirched his hair and face and beard and glittering arms, and strong convulsive groanings shook his breast, and his sobs choked him, and he clutched his sword to draw it and forever let life out. But Sohrab saw his thought, and held his hands, and with a soothing voice he spake and said, "Father, forbear, for I but meet to-day the doom which at my birth was written down in heaven, and thou art heaven's unconscious hand. Surely my heart cried out that it was thou when first I saw thee, and thy heart spoke too. I know it, but fate trod those promptings down under its iron heel. Fate engaged the strife, and hurled me on my father's spear. But let us speak no more of this. I find my father. Let me feel that I have found. Come, sit beside me on this sand, and take my head betwixt thy hands, and kiss my cheeks, and wash them with thy tears, and say, My son, quick, quick, for numbered are my sands of life, and swift, for like the lightning to this field I came, and like the wind I go away, sudden and swift, and like a passing wind. But it was writ in heaven that this should be." So said he, and his voice released the heart of Rustum, and his tears broke forth. He cast his arms round his son's neck, and wept aloud, and kissed him. And awe fell on both the hosts when they saw Rustum's grief, and Ruksh the horse, with his head bowing to the ground and mane sweeping the dust, came near, and in mute woe, first to the one, then to the other, moved his head, as if inquiring what their grief might mean. And from his dark, compassionate eyes the big warm tears rolled down and caked the sand. But Rustum chid him with stern voice and said, Ruksh, now thou grievest, but, O Ruksh, thy feet should first have rotted on their nimble joints, or ere they brought thy master to this field. But Sohrab looked upon the horse and said, Is this then Ruksh? How often in past days my mother told me of thee, thou brave steed, my terrible father's terrible horse, and said that I should one day find thy lord in thee. Come, let me lay my hand upon thy mane. O Ruksh, thou art more fortunate than I, for thou hast gone where I shall never go, and snuffed the breezes of my father's home. And thou hast trod the sands of Seistan, and seen the river of Helmund, and the lake of Zirah, and the aged Zal himself has often stroked thy neck and given thee food, corn in a golden platter soaked with wine, and said, O Ruksh, bear Rustum well. But I have never known my grandsire's furrowed face, nor seen his lofty house in Seistan, nor slaked my thirst at the clear Helmund stream, but lodged among my father's foes, and seen Afrasiab's cities only, Samarcand, Bokhara, and lone Khiva in the waste, and the black Turkmun tents, and only drunk the desert rivers, Murghab and Tajen, Kohik, and where the Kalmucks feed their sheep, the northern Sur, and this great Oxus stream, the yellow Oxus, by whose brink I die. Then with a heavy groan Rustum bewailed, Oh, that its waves were flowing over me! Oh, that I saw its grains of yellow silt roll tumbling in the current o'er my head! But with a grave, mild voice Sohrab replied, Desire not that, my father. Thou must live, for some are born to do great deeds, and live, as some are born to be obscured and die. Do thou the deeds I die too young to do, and reap a second glory in thine age. Thou art my father, and thy gain is mine. But come, thou seest this great host of men which follow me. I pray thee, slay not these. Let me entreat for them. What have they done? They followed me, my hope, my fame, my star. Let them all cross the Oxus back in peace. But me thou must bear hence, not send with them, but carry me with thee to Seistan, and place me on a bed, and mourn for me, thou and the snow-haired Zal, and all thy friends. And thou must lay me in that lovely earth, and heap a stately mound above my bones, and plant a far-seen pillar over all, that so the passing horseman on the waste may see my tomb a great way off, and cry, Sohrab, the mighty Rustum's son, lies there, whom his great father did in ignorance kill, and I be not forgotten in my grave. And with a mournful voice Rustum replied, Fear not, as thou hast said, Sohrab, my son, so shall it be. For I will burn my tents, and quit the host, and bear thee hence with me, and carry thee away to Seistan, and place thee on a bed, and mourn for thee with the snow-headed Zal and all my friends. And I will lay thee in that lovely earth, and heap a stately mound above thy bones, and plant a far-seen pillar over all, and men shall not forget thee in thy grave. And I will spare thy host, yea, let them go. Let them all cross the Oxus back in peace. What should I do with slaying any more? For would that all that I have ever slain might be once more alive. My bitterest foes, and they who were called champions in their time, and through whose death I won that fame I have. And I were nothing but a common man, a poor mean soldier, and without renown, so thou mightest live too, my son, my son. Or rather, would that I, even I myself, might now be lying on this bloody sand, near death, and by an ignorant stroke of thine, not thou of mine, and I might die, not thou, and I, not thou, be borne to Sistan, and thou might weep above my grave, not thine, and say, O son, I weep thee not too sore, for willingly I know thou metst thine end. But now in blood and battles was my youth, and full of blood and battles is my age, and I shall never end this life of blood. Then at the point of death Sohrab replied, A life of blood indeed, thou dreadful man, but thou shalt yet have peace, only not now, not yet, but thou shalt have it on that day when thou shalt sail in a high-masted ship, thou and the other peers of Kai Khosru, returning home over the salt blue sea from laying thy dear master in his grave. And Rustum gazed in Sohrab's face and said, Soon be that day, my son, and deep that sea. Till then, if fate so wills, let me endure. He spoke, and Sohrab smiled on him, and took the spear, and drew it from his side, and eased his wound's imperious anguish. But the blood came welling from the open gash, and life flowed with the stream. All down his cold white side the crimson torrent ran, dim now and soiled, like the soiled tissue of white violets left freshly gathered on their native bank by children whom their nurses call with haste indoors from the sun's eye. His head drooped low, his limbs grew slack. Motionless, white, he lay, white, with eyes closed. Only when heavy gasps, deep heavy gasps, quivering through all his frame, convulsed him back to life, he opened them, and fixed them feebly on his father's face, till now all strength was ebbed, and from his limbs unwillingly the spirit fled away, regretting the warm mansion which it left, and youth and bloom, and this delightful world. So on the bloody sand Sohrab lay dead. And the great Rustum drew his horseman's cloak down o'er his face, and sat by his dead son, as those black granite pillars once high reared by Jemshid in Persepolis to bear his house, now mid their broken flights of steps, lie prone, enormous, down the mountain side. So in the sand lay Rustum by his son. And night came down over the solemn waste, and the two gazing hosts, and that sole pair, and darkened all, and a cold fog with night crept from the Oxus. Soon a hum arose, as of a great assembly loosed, and fires began to twinkle through the fog, for now both armies moved to camp, and took their meal. The Persians took it on the open sand southward, the Tartars by the river marge, and Rustum and his son were left alone. End of section 58. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by Jim Locke.
Accordingly Mandane went to her father, and took her son Cyrus with her. As soon as she arrived, and Cyrus knew Astyages to be his mother's father, he instantly, as being a boy naturally affectionate, embraced him, just as if he had been previously brought up with him, and had long loved him. And observing him adorned with paint about his eyes and colour applied to his face, and with artificial hair, things that are customary among the Medes, for purple coats, cloaks, collars about the neck, and bracelets on the wrists are all Median decorations. But amongst the Persians at home, even at this day, their habits are much coarser, and their diet more simple. Observing the dress of his grandfather, and fixing his eyes on him, he said, O mother, how handsome my grandfather is! His mother then, asking him which he thought the more handsome, his father or his grandfather, Cyrus answered, "Of the Persians, mother, my father is much the most handsome. But of all the Medes that I have seen, either upon the road or at the gates of the palace, my grandfather is far the most handsome." Astyages then, embracing Cyrus in return, put on him a fine robe, did him honor, and decorated him with collars and bracelets, and whenever he went abroad took him with him on a horse with a bridle of gold, just as he himself used to go about. Cyrus, being a boy fond of what was fine and honorable, was pleased with the robe, and extremely delighted at learning to ride. For amongst the Persians, from its being difficult to breed horses, and difficult even to ride in a country so mountainous, it is a rare thing to see a horse. Astyages, when he was supping with his daughter and Cyrus, wishing the boy to sup as agreeably as possible, that he might the less regret what he had left at home, had several dishes set before him, with sauces and meats of all kinds. When, as they relate, Cyrus said, "How much trouble, grandfather, you have at your meals, if you must stretch out your hands to all these dishes and taste of all these kinds of meat." "What then," said Astyages, "do you not think this entertainment much finer than what you have in Persia?" To this question Cyrus is said to have replied, "No, grandfather, for with us the way to be satisfied is much plainer and straighter than with you, since among us plain bread and meat conduct us to that object. You indeed pursue the same object with us, but after rambling in many windings up and down, you at last scarcely reach the point at which we have arrived long before you." "But, child," said Astyages, "it is not with pain that we ramble through these windings. If you taste," said he, "you will find that these things are pleasant." "But, grandfather," said Cyrus, "I observe you yourself show an aversion to these dishes." "From what do you guess," inquired Astyages, "that you express such an opinion?" "Because I remark that when you touch your bread you do not wipe your hand upon anything, but when you touch any one of these dishes you immediately wipe your hand upon your napkin, as if you were quite uneasy that it had touched them." On receiving this answer, Astyages said, "If you think so, then at least eat heartily of plain meat, that you may return home a stout youth." And as he said this, he directed various kinds of flesh, both of tame and wild animals, to be presented to him. Cyrus, when he saw this variety of meats, is reported to have said, "And do you give me all these meats, grandfather, to do with them what I please?" "Yes, indeed," said Astyages, "I make you a present of them." Then Cyrus, taking of the several meats, is said to have distributed them to the servants about his grandfather, saying to each, "I give this to you because you take pleasure in teaching me to ride; this to you because you gave me a javelin, for I have it still; this to you because you served my grandfather well; this to you because you honor my mother," and to have proceeded thus till he had distributed all the meat that he had received. Astyages then said, "And do you give nothing to this Sacian, my cupbearer, whom I value above all?" This Sacian was a handsome person, and had the honor to introduce to Astyages any that wanted to see him, and to exclude such as he did not think it seasonable to admit. Cyrus on this is said to have answered rather flippantly, as a boy not yet grown bashful, "For what reason is it, grandfather, that you value this Sacian so much?" Astyages replied jestingly, "Do you not see," said he, "how properly and gracefully he pours out my wine? For these cupbearers to kings perform their business very cleverly. They pour in the wine without spilling, and give the cup, holding it on 3 fingers, and presenting it in such a manner as to put it most conveniently into the hand of the person who is to drink." "Bid the Sacian give me the cup, grandfather," said Cyrus, "that I also, by gracefully pouring in wine for you to drink, may gain your favor, if I can." Astyages bade the Sacian give him the cup, and Cyrus, taking it, rinsed the cup so well as he had observed the Sacian to do, settled his countenance so gravely, and brought and presented the cup to his grandfather so prettily, as to afford much laughter to his mother and Astyages. Cyrus then, laughing out, leaped up to his grandfather, and kissing him, cried out, "O Sacian, you are undone! I will turn you out of your office, for I will pour out wine better than you in other respects, and I will not drink the wine myself." For these cupbearers to kings, when they give the cup, dip a little out with a smaller cup, which they pour into their left hand and swallow, so that in case they mix poison in the cup, it may be of no profit to them." Upon this Astyages said, joking, "And why, Cyrus, when you imitated the Sacian and everything else, did you not swallow some of the wine?" "Because, to say the truth," said he, "I was afraid there might have been poison mixed in the cup. For when you entertained your friends upon your birthday, I plainly perceived that he had poured in poison for you all." "And how, child," said he, "did you know this?" "Because," said he, "I saw you all disordered both in mind and body. For in the first place, what you do not allow us boys to do, that you did yourselves. For you all cried out together, and yet could not understand each other. Next you fell to singing very ridiculously, and without attending to the singer you swore that he sang admirably. Then, though each told stories of his own strength, when you rose up and fell to dancing, you were not only unable to dance properly, but were unable even to stand upright. At length you all entirely forgot yourselves, you that you were the king, and they that you were their ruler. And then for the first time I discovered that it was equal liberty of speech that you were practising, for you never ceased to speak." Astyages then said, "Is your father, child, never intoxicated when he drinks?" "No, indeed," said he. "What does he then?" "Why, he quenches his thirst, and suffers no further harm. For I believe, grandfather," says he, "it is not a Sacian that pours out wine for him." His mother then said, "But why, child, do you thus make war upon the Sacian?" Cyrus is said to have replied, "Why, indeed? Because I hate him. For very often, when I am desirous to run to my grandfather, this disagreeable fellow hinders me. But pray, grandfather," said he, "allow me to have the government of him for 3 days." "How would you govern him?" said Astyages. Cyrus replied, "Why, standing as he does just at the entrance, when he had a mind to go in to dinner, I would tell him that it is not possible for him to get his dinner, because he was busy with certain people. Then, when he came to supper, I would tell him that he was bathing. And, if he was very eager to eat, I would tell him that he was with the women, and so on, till I had tormented him as he torments me when he keeps me from you." Such amusements did he afford them at meals. At other times of the day, if he perceived his grandfather or his mother's brother in want of anything, it was difficult for any one to be beforehand with him in doing it, for Cyrus was extremely delighted to gratify them in anything that lay in his power. But when Mandane was preparing to return home to her husband, Astyages requested her to leave Cyrus with him. She made answer that she was willing to gratify her father in everything, but that she should think it unkind to leave the child against his will. Upon this Astyages said to Cyrus, "Child, if you will stay with me in the first place, the Sacians shall not have the command of your access to me. But whenever you wish to come in, it shall be in your own power to do so, and the oftener you come," said he, "the more I shall think myself obliged to you. You shall also have the use of all my horses, and of as many more as you please. And when you go away, you shall take as many of them as you please with you. At meals, too, you shall take whatever way you please, to what appears to you to be sufficient. As for the animals that are now in the park, I give them to you, and will collect others of all kinds, which you shall hunt when you have learned to ride, and shall strike them down with your bow and javelin as grown men do. Boys I will find you for playfellows, and whatever else you may desire, if you tell me of it, you shall not fail to have it." When Astyages had said this, Cyrus' mother asked him whether he would stay or go. He did not at all hesitate, but at once said that he would stay. And being asked by his mother for what reason, it is said that he answered, "Because, mother, at home I am and am accounted superior to my equals in age, both in throwing the javelin and in shooting with the bow. But here I well know that in horsemanship I am inferior to the boys of my age, and be assured, mother, this grieves me very much. But if you leave me here, and I learn to be a horseman, I conceive that when I am in Persia I shall easily master them there, who are so good at all exercises on foot. And when I come amongst the Medes, I shall endeavour, by becoming the best of good horsemen for my grandfather's sake, to be a support to him." His mother is reported to have said, "But how, child, will you be instructed here in the knowledge of justice when your masters are there?" "O mother," said Cyrus, "I understand that accurately already." "How do you know that?" said Mandane. "Because my teacher," said he, "appointed me to give judgment to others as being very exact in the knowledge of justice myself. But yet," added he, "for not having decided rightly in one case, I received some stripes. The case was this: a bigger boy, who had a little coat, taking the coat off a little boy that had a larger one, put on him his own coat, and put on himself the little boy's coat. I, therefore, giving judgment between them, decided that it was best that each should keep the coat that best fitted him. Upon this the master beat me, telling me that when I should be constituted judge of what fitted best, I might determine in this manner, but that when I was to judge whose the coat was, I must consider what just possession is, whether he that took a thing from another by force should have it, or he who made it or purchased it should possess it. And then he told me that what was according to law was just, and that what was contrary to law was an act of violence, and impressed upon me accordingly that a judge ought to give his opinion in conformity with the law. So, mother," said he, "I understand what is just in all cases very exactly, or if I am at all deficient, my grandfather here will teach it me." "But, child," said she, "the same things are not accounted just with your grandfather here, and yonder in Persia. For among the Medes your grandfather has made himself master of all, but amongst the Persians it is accounted just that each should have equal rights with his neighbors. Your father is the first to execute what is appointed by the whole state, and submits to what is appointed. His own inclination is not his standard of action, but the law. Take care, then, that you are not beaten to death at home if you come thither having learned from your grandfather not what belongs to a king, but what belongs to a tyrant, an ingredient in which is to think that you yourself ought to have more than others." "O mother," said Cyrus, "your father is much better able to teach one to have less than to have more." "Do you not see," said he, "that he has taught all the Medes to have less than himself? Be well assured, therefore, that your father will not dismiss me, nor any one from about him instructed to encroach upon others." Section 59. Recording by Philip Gould. This recording is in the public domain.
Of being at all impressed. Croesus was a little piqued, and exhibited his choicest treasures, inquiring, "Have you ever known a happier man than I?" Solon named a humble man who had brought up his children well, and had finally died for his country, and also 2 brothers who had been especially dutiful to their mother. "And do you not count me as even among the fortunate?" Croesus demanded. Solon replied, "To salute as happy one that is still in the midst of life and hazard, we think as little safe and conclusive as to crown and proclaim as victorious the wrestler that is yet in the ring." The story of the remainder of Croesus's life, and of how little his wealth availed to bring him happiness or even safety, is told in the following selection. Plutarch admits that this tale may perhaps not agree with chronology, but the good old storyteller says that he cannot resist telling it. Section 60. This recording is in the public domain.
(546 B.C.) by Jacob Abbott. In the country of Lydia the mountains were rich in gold, and the rivers flowed over sands of gold. It was the country in which King Midas of the Golden Touch is fabled to have lived. In the 6th century before Christ, a struggle took place between King Croesus of Lydia and King Cyrus, who had become ruler of the Medes and the Persians. The Editor. As soon as Cyrus had become established on his throne as king of the Medes and Persians, his influence and power began to extend westward toward the confines of the empire of Croesus, king of Lydia. Croesus was aroused from the dejection and stupor into which the death of his son had plunged him by this threatening danger. He began to consider very earnestly what he could do to avert it. The river Halys, a great river of Asia Minor, which flows northward into the Black Sea, was the eastern boundary of the Lydian Empire. Croesus began to entertain the design of raising an army and crossing the Halys to invade the empire of Cyrus, thinking that that would perhaps be safer policy than to wait for Cyrus to cross the Halys and bring the war upon him. Still, the enterprise of invading Persia was a vast undertaking, and the responsibility great of being the aggressor in the contest. After carefully considering the subject in all its aspects, Croesus found himself still perplexed and undecided. The Greeks had a method of looking into futurity and of ascertaining, as they imagined, by supernatural means, the course of future events, which was peculiar to that people. At least no other nation seems ever to have practised it in the precise form which prevailed among them. It was by means of the oracles. There were 4 or 5 localities in the Grecian countries which possessed, as the people thought, the property of inspiring persons who visited them, or of giving to some natural object certain supernatural powers by which future events could be foretold. The 3 most important of these oracles were situated respectively at Delphi, at Dodona, and at the oasis of Jupiter Ammon. Delphi was a small town built in a sort of valley, shaped like an amphitheater, on the southern side of Mount Parnassus. Mount Parnassus is north of the Peloponnesus, not very far from the shores of the Gulf of Corinth. Delphi was in a picturesque and romantic situation, with the mountain behind it and steep precipitous rocks descending to the level country before. These precipices answered, instead of walls, to defend the temple and the town. In very early times a cavern or fissure in the rocks was discovered at Delphi, from which there issued a stream of gaseous vapor, which produced strange effects on those who inhaled it. It was supposed to inspire them. People resorted to the place to obtain the benefit of these inspirations and of the knowledge which they imagined they could obtain by means of them. Finally, a temple was built, and a priestess resided constantly in it to inhale the vapor and give the responses. When she gave her answers to those who came to consult the oracle, she sat upon a sort of 3-legged stool, which was called the sacred tripod. These stools were greatly celebrated as a very important part of the sacred apparatus of the place. This oracle became at last so renowned that the greatest potentates and even kings came from great distances to consult it, and they made very rich and costly presents at the shrine when they came. These presents, it was supposed, tended to induce the god who presided over the oracle to give to those who made them favorable and auspicious replies. The deity that dictated the predictions of this oracle was Apollo. There was another circumstance besides the existence of the cave, which signalized the locality where this oracle was situated. The people believed that this spot was the exact center of the earth, which, of course, they considered as one vast plain. There was an ancient story that Jupiter, in order to determine the central point of creation, liberated 2 eagles at the same time in opposite quarters of the heavens, that they might fly toward one another, and so mark the middle point by the place of their meeting. They met at Delphi. Another of the most celebrated oracles was at Dodona. Dodona was northwest of Delphi, in the Epirus, which was a country in the western part of what is now Turkey in Europe, and on the shores of the Adriatic Sea. The origin of the oracle at Dodona was, as the priestesses there told Herodotus, as follows: In very ancient times 2 black doves were set at liberty in Thebes, which was a very venerable and sacred city of Egypt. One flew toward the north and the other toward the west. The former crossed the Mediterranean and then continued its flight over the Peloponnesus and over all the southern provinces of Greece until it reached Dodona. There it alighted on a beech tree and said in a human voice that that spot was divinely appointed for the seat of a sacred oracle. The other dove flew to the oasis of Jupiter Ammon. There were 3 priestesses at Dodona in the days of Herodotus. Their names were Promenia, Timarete, and Nicandre. The answers of the oracle were for a time obtained by the priestesses from some appearances which they observed in the sacred beech on which the dove alighted when the tree was agitated by the wind. In later times, however, the responses were obtained in a still more singular manner. There was a brazen statue of a man holding a whip in his hand. The whip had 3 lashes, which were formed of brazen chains. At the end of each chain was an astragalus, as it was called, which was a row of little knots or knobs, such as were commonly appended to the lashes of whips used in those days for scourging criminals. These heavy lashes hung suspended in the hand of the statue over a great brazen cauldron in such a manner that the wind would impel them from time to time against its sides, causing the cauldron to ring and resound like a gong. There was, however, something in this resonance supernatural and divine, for though it was not loud, it was very long continued, when once the margin of the cauldron was touched, however gently, by the lashes. In fact, it was commonly said that if touched in the morning it would be night before the reverberations would have died entirely away. Such a belief could be very easily sustained among the common people, for a large open-mouthed vessel like the Dodona cauldron, with thin sides formed of sonorous metal, might be kept in a state of continual vibration by the wind alone. They who wished to consult this oracle came with rich presents, both for the priestesses and for the shrine, and when they had made the offerings and performed the preliminary ceremonies required, they propounded their questions to the priestesses, who obtained the replies by interpreting, according to certain rules which they had formed, the sounds emitted by the mysterious gong. The second black dove, which took its flight from Thebes, alighted, as we have already said, in the oasis of Jupiter Ammon. This oasis was a small, fertile spot in the midst of the deserts of Africa, west of Egypt, about 100 miles from the Nile, and somewhat nearer than that to the Mediterranean Sea. It was first discovered in the following manner. A certain king was marching across the deserts, and his army, having exhausted their supplies of water, were on the point of perishing with thirst, when a ram mysteriously appeared, and took a position before them as their guide. They followed him, and at length came suddenly upon a green and fertile valley, many miles in length. The ram conducted them into this valley, and then suddenly vanished, and a copious fountain of water sprung up in the place where he had stood. The king, in gratitude for this divine interposition, consecrated the spot and built a temple upon it, which was called the Temple of Jupiter Ammon. The dove alighted here, and ever afterward the oracles delivered by the priests of this temple were considered as divinely inspired. These 3 were the most important oracles. There were, however, many others of subordinate consequence, each of which had its own peculiar ceremonies, all senseless and absurd. At one there was a sort of oven-shaped cave in the rocks, the spot being enclosed by an artificial wall. The cave was about 6 feet wide and 8 feet deep. The descent into it was by a ladder. Previously to consulting this oracle, certain ceremonies were necessary, which it required several days to perform. The applicant was to offer sacrifices to many different deities, and to purify himself in various ways. He was then conducted to a stream in the neighborhood of the oracle, where he was to be anointed and washed. Then he drank a certain magical water called the water of forgetfulness, which made him forget all previous sorrows and cares. Afterward he drank of another enchanted cup, which contained the water of remembrance. This was to make him remember all that should be communicated to him in the cave. He then descended the ladder and received within the cave the responses of the oracle. At another of these oracles, which was situated in Attica, the magic virtue was supposed to reside in a certain marble statue, carved in honor of an ancient and celebrated prophet, and placed in a temple. Whoever wished to consult this oracle must abstain from wine for 3 days, and from food of every kind for 24 hours preceding the application. He was then to offer a ram as a sacrifice, and afterward, taking the skin of the ram from the carcass, he was to spread it out before the statue and lie down upon it to sleep. The answers of the oracle came to him in his dreams. But to return to Croesus, he wished to ascertain, by consulting some of these oracles, what the result of his proposed invasion of the dominions of Cyrus would be, in case he should undertake it, and in order to determine which of the various oracles were most worthy of reliance, he conceived the plan of putting them all to a preliminary test. He effected this object in the following manner. He dispatched a number of messengers from Sardis, his capital, sending one to each of the various oracles. He directed these messengers to make their several journeys with all convenient dispatch, but in order to provide for any cases of accidental detention or delay, he allowed them all 100 days to reach their several places of destination. On the 100th day from the time of their leaving Sardis, they were all to make applications to the oracles and inquire what Croesus, king of Lydia, was doing at that time. Of course he did not tell them what he should be doing, and as the oracles themselves could not possibly know how he was employed by any human powers, their answers would seem to test the validity of their claims to powers divine. Croesus kept the reckoning of the days himself with great care, and at the hour appointed on the 100th day he employed himself in boiling the flesh of a turtle and of a lamb together in a brazen vessel. The vessel was covered with a lid, which was also of brass. He then awaited the return of the messengers. They came in due time, one after another, bringing the replies which they had severally obtained. The replies were all unsatisfactory, except that of the oracle at Delphi. This answer was in verse, as in fact the responses of that oracle always were. The priestess who sat upon the tripod was accustomed to give the replies in an incoherent and half intelligible manner, as impostors are very apt to do in uttering prophecies, and then the attendant priests and secretaries wrote them out in verse. The verse which the messenger brought back from the Delphic tripod was in Greek, but some idea of its style and the import of it is conveyed by the following imitation. I number the sands, I measure the sea. What's hidden to others is known to me. The lamb and the turtle are simmering slow, with brass above them and brass below. Of course, Croesus decided that the Delphic oracle was the one that he must rely upon for guidance in respect to his projected campaign, and he now began to prepare to consult it in a manner corresponding with the vast importance of the subject and with his own boundless wealth. He provided the most extraordinary and sumptuous presents. Some of these treasures were to be deposited in the temple as sacred gifts for permanent preservation there. Others were to be offered as a burnt sacrifice in honor of the god. Among the latter, besides an incredible number of living victims, he caused to be prepared a great number of couches, magnificently decorated with silver and gold, and goblets and other vessels of gold, and dresses of various kinds richly embroidered, and numerous other articles, all intended to be used in the ceremonies preliminary to his application to the oracle. When the time arrived, a vast concourse of people assembled to witness the spectacle. The animals were sacrificed, and the people feasted on the flesh. And when these ceremonies were concluded, the couches, the goblets, the utensils of every kind, the dresses, everything, in short, which had been used on the occasion, were heaped up into one great sacrificial pile and set on fire. Everything that was combustible was consumed, while the gold was melted and ran into plates of great size, which were afterward taken out from the ashes. Thus it was the workmanship only of these articles which was destroyed and lost by the fire. The gold, in which the chief value consisted, was saved. It was gold from the Pactolus. Besides these articles, there were others made far more magnificent and costly for the temple itself. There was a silver cistern or tank, large enough to hold 3,000 gallons of wine. This tank was to be used by the inhabitants of Delphi in their great festivals. There was also a smaller cistern, or immense goblet, as it might perhaps more properly be called, which was made of gold. There were also many other smaller presents, such as basins, vases, and statues, all of silver and gold, and of the most costly workmanship. The gold, too, which had been taken from the fire, was cast again, a part of it being formed into the image of a lion, and the rest into large plates of metal for the lion to stand upon. The image was then set up upon the plates within the precincts of the temple. There was one piece of statuary which Croesus presented to the oracle at Delphi, which was in some respects more extraordinary than any of the rest. It was called the bread maker. It was an image representing a woman, a servant in the household of Croesus, whose business it was to bake the bread. The reason that induced Croesus to honor this bread maker with a statue of gold was, that on one occasion during his childhood she had saved his life. The mother of Croesus died when he was young, and his father married a second time. The second wife wished to have some one of her children, instead of Croesus, succeed to her husband's throne. In order, therefore, to remove Croesus out of the way, she prepared some poison and gave it to the bread maker, instructing her to put it into the bread which Croesus was to eat. The bread maker received the poison and promised to obey, but instead of doing so she revealed the intended murder to Croesus, and gave the poison to the queen's own children. In gratitude for this fidelity to him, Croesus, when he came to the throne, caused this statue to be made, and now he placed it at Delphi, where he supposed it would forever remain. The memory of his faithful servant was indeed immortalized by the measure, though the statue itself, as well as all these other treasures, in process of time disappeared. In fact, statues of brass or of marble generally make far more durable monuments than statues of gold, and no structure or object of art is likely to be very permanent among mankind unless the workmanship is worth more than the material. Croesus did not proceed himself to Delphi with these presents, but sent them by the hands of trusty messengers, who were instructed to perform the ceremonies required, to offer the gifts, and then to make inquiries of the oracle in the following terms: Croesus, the sovereign of Lydia and of various other kingdoms, in return for the wisdom which has marked your former declarations, has sent you these gifts. He now furthermore desires to know whether it is safe for him to proceed against the Persians, and if so, whether it is best for him to seek the assistance of any allies. The answer was as follows: If Croesus crosses the Halys and prosecutes a war with Persia, a mighty empire will be overthrown. It will be best for him to form an alliance with the most powerful states of Greece. Croesus was extremely pleased with this response. He immediately resolved on undertaking the expedition against Cyrus, and to express his gratitude for so favorable an answer to his questions, he sent to Delphi to inquire what was the number of inhabitants in the city, and when the answer was reported to him, he sent a present of a sum of money to every one. the Delphians, in their turn, conferred special privileges and honors upon the Lydians and upon Croesus in respect to their oracle, giving them the precedence in all future consultations and conferring upon them other marks of distinction and honor. At the time when Croesus sent his present to the inhabitants of Delphi, he took the opportunity to address another inquiry to the oracle, which was whether his power would ever decline. The oracle replied in a couplet of Greek verse, similar in its style to the one recorded on the previous occasion. It was as follows: "Whene'er a mule shall mount upon the Median throne, then and not till then shall great Croesus fear to lose his own." This answer pleased the king quite as much as the former one had done. The allusion to the contingency of a mule's reigning in Media he very naturally regarded as only a rhetorical and mystical mode of expressing an utter impossibility. Croesus considered himself and the continuance of his power as perfectly secure. He was fully confirmed in his determination to organize his expedition without any delay, and to proceed immediately to the proper measures for obtaining the Grecian alliance and aid which the oracle had recommended. There were, in fact, three inducements which combined their influence on the mind of Croesus in leading him to cross the Halys and invade the dominions of the Medes and Persians. First, he was ambitious to extend his own empire. Secondly, he feared that if he did not attack Cyrus, Cyrus would himself cross the Halys and attack him. And thirdly, he felt under some obligation to consider himself the ally of Astyages, and thus bound to espouse his cause, and to aid him in putting down, if possible, the usurpation of Cyrus, and in recovering his throne. He felt under this obligation because Astyages was his brother-in-law, for the latter had married, many years before, a daughter of Alyattes, who was the father of Croesus. This, as Croesus thought, gave him a just title to interfere between the dethroned king and the rebel who had dethroned him. Under the influence of all these reasons combined, and encouraged by the responses of the oracle, he determined on attempting the invasion. The first measure which he adopted was to form an alliance with the most powerful of the states of Greece, as he had been directed to do by the oracle. After much inquiry and consideration, he concluded that the Lacedaemonian state was the most powerful. Their chief city was Sparta in the Peloponnesus. They were a warlike, stern, and indomitable race of men, capable of bearing every possible hardship and of enduring every degree of fatigue and toil, and they desired nothing but military glory for their reward. This was a species of wages which it was very easy to pay, much more easy to furnish than coin, even for Croesus, notwithstanding the abundant supplies of gold which he was accustomed to obtain from the sands of the Pactolus. Croesus sent ambassadors to Sparta to inform the people of the plans which he contemplated, and to ask their aid. He had been instructed, he said, by the oracle at Delphi to seek the alliance of the most powerful of the states of Greece, and he accordingly made application to them. They were gratified with the compliment implied in selecting them, and acceded readily to his proposal. Besides, they were already on very friendly terms with Croesus, for some years before they had sent to him to procure some gold for a statue which they had occasion to erect, offering to give an equivalent for the value of it in such productions as their country afforded. Croesus supplied them with the gold that they needed, but generously refused to receive any return. In the meantime, Croesus went on energetically at Sardis, making the preparations for his campaign. One of his counselors, whose name was Sardaris, ventured one day strongly to dissuade him from undertaking the expedition. "You have nothing to gain by it," said he, "if you succeed, and everything to lose if you fail. Consider what sort of people these Persians are whom you are going to combat. They live in the most rude and simple manner, without luxuries, without pleasures, without wealth. If you conquer their country, you will find nothing in it worth bringing away. On the other hand, if they conquer you, they will come like a vast band of plunderers into Lydia, where there is everything to tempt and reward them. I counsel you to leave them alone, and to remain on this side the Halys, thankful if Cyrus will be contented to remain on the other." But Croesus was not in a mood of mind to be persuaded by such reasoning. When all things were ready, the army commenced its march, and moved eastward through one province of Asia Minor after another until they reached the Halys. This river is a considerable stream, which rises in the interior of the country and flows northward into the Euxine Sea. The army encamped on the banks of it, and some plan was to be formed for crossing the stream. In accomplishing this object, Croesus was aided by a very celebrated engineer who accompanied his army, named Thales. Thales was a native of Miletus, and is generally called in history Thales the Milesian. He was a very able mathematician and calculator, and many accounts remain of the discoveries and performances by which he acquired his renown. For example, in the course of his travels he at one time visited Egypt, and while there he contrived a very simple way of measuring the height of the pyramids. He set up a pole on the plain in an upright position, and then measured the pole and also its shadow. He also measured the length of the shadow of the pyramid. He then calculated the height of the pyramid by this proportion: as the length of shadow of the pole is to that of the pole itself, so is the length of the shadow of the pyramid to its height. Thales was an astronomer as well as a philosopher and engineer. He learned more exactly the true length of the year than it had been known before, and he also made some calculations of eclipses, at least so far as to predict the year in which they would happen. One eclipse which he predicted happened to occur on the day of a great battle between two contending armies. It was cloudy, so that the combatants could not see the sun. This circumstance, however, which concealed the eclipse itself, only made the darkness which was caused by it the more intense. The armies were much terrified at this sudden cessation of the light of day, and supposed it to be a warning from heaven that they should desist from the combat. Thales the Milesian was the author of several of the geometrical theorems and demonstrations now included in the Elements of Euclid. The celebrated fifth proposition of the first book, so famous among all the modern nations of Europe as the great stumbling block in the way of beginners in the study of geometry, was his. The discovery of the truth expressed in this proposition, and of the complicated demonstration which establishes it, was certainly a much greater mathematical performance than the measuring of the altitude of the pyramids by their shadow. But to return to Croesus. Thales undertook the work of transporting the army across the river. He examined the banks and found at length a spot where the land was low and level for some distance from the stream. He caused the army to be brought up to the river at this point, and to be encamped there, as near to the bank as possible, and in as compact a form. He then employed a vast number of laborers to cut a new channel for the waters behind the army, leading out from the river above and rejoining it again at a little distance below. When this channel was finished, he turned the river into its new course, and then the army passed without difficulty over the former bed of the stream. The Halys being thus passed, Croesus moved on in the direction of Media, but he soon found that he had not far to go to find his enemy. Cyrus had heard of his plans through deserters and spies, and he had for some time been advancing to meet him. One after the other of the nations through whose dominions he had passed, he had subjected to his sway, or at least brought under his influence by treaties and alliances, and had received from them all reinforcements to swell the numbers of his army. One nation only remained, the Babylonians. They were on the side of Croesus. They were jealous of the growing power of the Medes and Persians, and had made a league with Croesus, promising to aid him in the war. The other nations of the East were in alliance with Cyrus, and he was slowly moving on at the head of an immense combined force toward the Halys at the very time when Croesus was crossing the stream. The scouts, therefore, that preceded the army of Croesus on its march soon began to fall back into the camp with intelligence that there was a large armed force coming on to meet them, the advancing columns filling all the roads and threatening to overwhelm them. The scouts from the army of Cyrus carried back similar intelligence to him. The two armies accordingly halted and began to prepare for battle. The place of their meeting was called Pteria. It was in the province of Cappadocia and toward the eastern part of Asia Minor. A great battle was fought at Pteria. It was continued all day and remained undecided when the sun went down. The combatants separated when it became dark, and each withdrew from the field. Each king found, it seems, that his antagonist was more formidable than he had imagined, and on the morning after the battle they both seemed inclined to remain in their respective encampments without evincing any disposition to renew the contest. Croesus, in fact, seems to have considered that he was fortunate in having so far repulsed the formidable invasion which Cyrus had been intending for him. He considered Cyrus's army as repulsed, since they had withdrawn from the field and showed no disposition to return to it. He had no doubt that Cyrus would now go back to Media again, having found how well prepared Croesus had been to receive him. For himself, he concluded that he ought to be satisfied with the advantage which he had already gained as the result of one campaign, and return again to Sardis to recruit his army, the force of which had been considerably impaired by the battle, and so postpone the grand invasion till the next season. He accordingly set out on his return. He dispatched messengers at the same time to Babylon, to Sparta, to Egypt, and to other countries with which he was in alliance, informing these various nations of the great battle of Pteria and its results, and asking them to send him early in the following spring all the reinforcements that they could command, to join him in the grand campaign which he was going to make the next season. He continued his march homeward without any interruption, sending off from time to time, as he was moving through his own dominions, such portions of his troops as desired to return to their homes, enjoining upon them to come back to him in the spring. By this temporary disbanding of a portion of his army, he saved the expense of maintaining them through the winter. Very soon after Croesus arrived at Sardis, the whole country in the neighborhood of the capital was thrown into a state of universal alarm by the news that Cyrus was close at hand. It seems that Cyrus had remained in the vicinity of Pteria long enough to allow Croesus to return and to give him time to dismiss his troops and establish himself securely in the city. He then suddenly resumed his march and came on towards Sardis with the utmost possible dispatch. Croesus, in fact, had no announcement of his approach until he heard of his arrival. All was now confusion and alarm, both within and without the city. Croesus hastily collected all the forces that he could command. He sent immediately to the neighboring cities, summoning all the troops in them to hasten to the capital. He enrolled all the inhabitants of the city that were capable of bearing arms. By these means he collected in a very short time quite a formidable force, which he drew up in battle array on a great plain not far from the city, and there waited with much anxiety and solicitude for Cyrus to come on. The Lydian army was superior to that of Cyrus in cavalry, and as the place where the battle was to be fought was a plain, which was the kind of ground most favorable for the operations of that species of force, Cyrus felt some solicitude in respect to the impression which might be made by it on his army. Nothing is more terrible than the onset of a squadron of horse when charging an enemy upon the field of battle. They come in vast bodies, sometimes consisting of many thousands, with the speed of the wind, the men flourishing their sabres and rending the air with the most unearthly cries, those in advance being driven irresistibly on by the weight and impetus of the masses behind. The dreadful torrent bears down and overwhelms everything that attempts to resist its way. They trample one another and their enemies together promiscuously in the dust. The foremost of the column press on with the utmost fury, afraid quite as much of the headlong torrent of friends coming on behind them as of the line of fixed and motionless enemies who stand ready to receive them before. These enemies, stationed to withstand the charge, arrange themselves in triple or quadruple rows, with the shafts of their spears planted against the ground, and the points directed forward and upward to receive the advancing horsemen. These spears transfix and kill the foremost horses, but those that come on behind, leaping and plunging over their fallen companions, soon break through the lines and put their enemies to flight in a scene of indescribable havoc and confusion. Croesus had large bodies of horse, while Cyrus had no efficient troops to oppose them. He had a great number of camels in the rear of his army, which had been employed as beasts of burden to transport the baggage and stores of the army on their march. Cyrus concluded to make the experiment of opposing these camels to the cavalry. It is frequently said by the ancient historians that the horse has a natural antipathy to the camel, and cannot bear either the smell or the sight of one, though this is not found to be the case at the present day. However the fact might have been in this respect, Cyrus determined to arrange the camels in his front as he advanced into battle. He accordingly ordered the baggage to be removed, and releasing their ordinary drivers from the charge of them, he assigned each one to the care of a soldier, who was to mount him, armed with a spear. Even if the supposed antipathy of the horse for the camel did not take effect, Cyrus thought that their large and heavy bodies, defended by the spears of their riders, would afford the most effectual means of resistance against the shock of the Lydian squadrons that he was now able to command. The battle commenced, and the squadrons of horse came on. But as soon as they came near the camels, it happened that, either from the influence of the antipathy above referred to, or from alarm at the novelty of the spectacle of such huge and misshapen beasts, or else because of the substantial resistance which the camels and the spears of their riders made to the shock of their charge, the horses were soon thrown into confusion and put to flight. In fact, a general panic seized them, and they became totally unmanageable. Some threw their riders, others, seized with a sort of frenzy, became entirely independent of control. They turned and trampled the foot soldiers of their own army underfoot, and threw the whole body into disorder. The consequence was that the army of Croesus was wholly defeated. They fled in confusion, and crowded in vast throngs through the gates into the city, and fortified themselves there. Cyrus advanced to this city, invested it closely on all sides, and commenced a siege. But the appearances were not very encouraging. The walls were lofty, thick, and strong, and the numbers within the city were amply sufficient to guard them. Nor was the prospect much more promising of being soon able to reduce the city by famine. The wealth of Croesus had enabled him to lay up almost inexhaustible stores of food and clothing, as well as treasures of silver and gold. He hoped, therefore, to be able to hold out against the besiegers until help should come from some of his allies. He had sent messengers to them, asking them to come to his rescue without any delay, before he was shut up in the city. The city of Sardis was built in a position naturally strong, and one part of the wall passed over rocky precipices, which were considered entirely impassable. There was a sort of glen or rocky gorge in this quarter outside of the walls, down which dead bodies were thrown on one occasion subsequently, at a time when the city was besieged, and beasts and birds of prey fed upon them there undisturbed, so lonely was the place and so desolate. In fact, the walls that crowned these precipices were considered absolutely inaccessible, and were very slightly built and very feebly guarded. There was an ancient legend that, a long time before, when a certain Males was king of Lydia, one of his wives had a son in the form of a lion, whom they called Leon, and an oracle declared that if this Leon were carried around the walls of the city, it would be rendered impregnable and should never be taken. They carried Leon, therefore, around, so far as the regular walls extended. When they came to this precipice of rocks, they returned, considering that this part of the city was impregnable without any such ceremony. A spur or eminence from the mountain of Tmolus, which was behind the city, projected into it at this point, and there was a strong citadel built upon its summit. Cyrus continued the siege 14 days, and then he determined that he must in some way or other find the means of carrying it by assault, and to do this he must find some place to scale the walls. He accordingly sent a party of horsemen around to explore every part, offering them a large reward if they would find any place where an entrance could be effected. The horsemen made the circuit and reported that their search had been in vain. At length a certain soldier named Hyriades, after studying for some time the precipices on the side which had been deemed inaccessible, saw a sentinel who was stationed on the walls above leave his post and come climbing down the rocks for some distance to get his helmet, which had accidentally dropped down. Hyriades watched him both as he descended and as he returned. He reflected on this discovery, communicated it to others, and the practicability of scaling the rock and the walls at that point was discussed. In the end the attempt was made and was successful. Hyriades went up first, followed by a few daring spirits who were ambitious of the glory of the exploit. They were not at first observed from above. The way being thus shown, great numbers followed on, and so large a force succeeded in thus gaining an entrance that the city was taken. In the dreadful confusion and the din of the storming of the city, Croesus himself had a very narrow escape from death. He was saved by the miraculous speaking of his deaf and dumb son. At least such is the story. Cyrus had given positive orders to his soldiers, both before the great battle on the plain and during the siege, that though they might slay whomever else they pleased, they must not harm Croesus, but must take him alive. During the time of the storming of the town, when the streets were filled with infuriated soldiers, those on the one side wild with the excitement of triumph, and those on the other maddened with rage and despair, a party rushing along overtook Croesus and his helpless son, whom the unhappy father, it seems, was making a desperate effort to save. The Persian soldiers were about to transfix Croesus with their spears, when the son, who had never spoken before, called out, "It is Croesus! Do not kill him!" The soldiers were arrested by the words and saved the monarch's life. They made him prisoner and bore him away to Cyrus. Croesus had sent, a long time before, to inquire of the Delphic oracle by what means the power of speech could be restored to his son. The answer was that that was a boon which he had better not ask, for the day on which he should hear his son speak for the first time would be the darkest and most unhappy day of his life. Cyrus had not ordered his soldiers to spare the life of Croesus in battle from any sentiment of humanity toward him, but because he wished to have his case reserved for his own decision. When Croesus was brought to him a captive, he ordered him to be put in chains and carefully guarded. As soon as some degree of order was restored in the city, a large funeral pile was erected by his directions in a public square, and Croesus was brought to the spot. 14 Lydian young men, the sons probably of the most prominent men in the state, were with him. The pile was large enough for them all, and they were placed upon it. They were all laid upon the wood. Croesus raised himself and looked around, surveying with extreme consternation and horror the preparations which were making for lighting the pile. His heart sank within him as he thought of the dreadful fate that was before him. The spectators stood by in solemn silence, awaiting the end. Croesus broke this awful pause by crying out in a tone of anguish and despair, "O Solon, Solon, Solon!" The officers who had charge of the execution asked him what he meant. Cyrus, too, who was himself personally superintending the scene, asked for an explanation. Croesus was for a time too much agitated and distracted to reply. There were difficulties in respect to language, too, which embarrassed the conversation, as the two kings could speak to each other only through an interpreter. At length Croesus gave an account of his interview with Solon, and of the sentiment which the philosopher had expressed, that no one could decide whether a man was truly prosperous and happy till it was determined how his life was to end. Cyrus was greatly interested in this narrative, but in the meantime the interpreting of the conversation had been slow. A considerable period had elapsed, and the officers had lighted the fire. The pile had been made extremely combustible, and the fire was rapidly making its way through the whole mass. Cyrus eagerly ordered it to be extinguished. The efforts which the soldiers made for this purpose seemed at first likely to be fruitless, but they were aided very soon by a sudden shower of rain, which, coming down from the mountains, began just at this time to fall, and thus the flames were extinguished and Croesus and the captives saved. Cyrus immediately, with a fickleness very common among great monarchs in the treatment of both enemies and favourites, began to consider Croesus as his friend. He ordered him to be unbound, brought him near his person, and treated him with great consideration and honour. Croesus remained after this for a long time with Cyrus, and accompanied him in his subsequent campaigns. He was very much incensed at the oracle at Delphi for having deceived him by its false responses and predictions, and thus led him into the terrible snare into which he had fallen. He procured the fetters with which he had been chained when placed upon the pile, and sent them to Delphi, with orders that they should be thrown down upon the threshold of the temple. The visible symbol of his captivity and ruin, as a reproach to the oracle for having deluded him and caused his destruction. In doing this, the messengers were to ask the oracle whether imposition like that which had been practised on Croesus was the kind of gratitude it evinced to one who had enriched it by such a profusion of offerings and gifts. To this the priests of the oracle said in reply that the destruction of the Lydian dynasty had long been decreed by the fates, in retribution for the guilt of Gyges, the founder of the line. He had murdered his master and usurped the throne without any title to it whatever. The judgments of heaven had been denounced upon Gyges for this crime, to fall on himself or on some of his descendants. The Pythian Apollo at Delphi had done all in his power to postpone the falling of the blow until after the death of Croesus, on account of the munificent benefactions which he had made to the oracle, but he had been unable to effect it. The decrees of fate were inexorable. All that the oracle could do was to postpone, as it had done, it said, for 3 years, the execution of the sentence, and to give Croesus warning of the evil that was impending. This had been done by announcing to him that his crossing the Hilus would cause the destruction of a mighty empire, meaning that of Lydia, and also by informing him that when he should find a mule upon the throne of Media, he must expect to lose his own. Cyrus, who was descended on the father's side from the Persian stock, and on the mother's from that of Media, was the hybrid sovereign represented by the mule. When this answer was reported to Croesus, it is said that he was satisfied with the explanations, and admitted that the oracle was right, and that he himself had been unreasonable and wrong. End of section 61. This recording is in the public domain. to 251 A.D. by Johann Wolfgang von Goethe. 6 young men of Caesar's household fled before their master's anger. As a god he claimed their worship, though a sorry god was he. For an insect ever buzzing still annoyed him at the banquet, still disturbed his rest and pleasure. All the chasing of his servants could not drive away the torment. Ever round the head of Caesar did the angry creature hover, threatening with its poisoned sting. Still it flew, and swiftly circling made confusion at the table, messenger of Baalzebub, the infernal god of flies. "Ha!" so spake the youths together, "he a god that fears an insect! Can a god be thus molested? Does a god, like wretched mortals, feast and revel at the banquet? Nay, to him, the one, the only, who the sun and moon created, who hath made the stars in glory, shall we henceforth bend the knee?" So they spake, and left the palace, left it in their trim apparel. By a shepherd led, they hastened to a cave was in the mountain, and they all went gliding in. And the shepherd's dog came after, though they strove to drive him from them, thrust himself toward his master, licked their hands in dumb entreaty that he might remain their fellow, and lay down with them to sleep. But the wrath of Caesar kindled when he knew that they had left him. All his former love departed, all his thought was vengeance only. Out in quest he sent his people, traced them to the mountain hollow. Not to fire nor sword he doomed them, but he bade great stones be lifted to the entrance of the cavern, saw it fastened up with mortar, and so left them in their tomb. But the youths lay calmly sleeping, and the angel, their protector, spake before the throne of glory. I have watched beside the sleepers, made them turn in slumber ever, that the damps of yonder cavern should not cramp their youthful limbs. And the rocks around I've opened, that the sun at rising, setting, may give freshness to their cheeks. So they lie in rest and quiet, in the bliss of happy dreams. So they lay, and still beside them lay the dog in peaceful slumber, never whimpering in his sleep. Years came on and years departed, till at last the young men wakened, and the wall, so strongly fastened, now had fallen into ruin, crumbled by the touch of ages. Then Iamblichus, the youngest and the goodliest of them all, seeing that the shepherd trembled, said, I pray you now, my brothers, let me go to seek provision. I have gold, my life I'll venture. Tarry till I bring you bread. Ephesus, that noble city, then for many a year had yielded to the faith of the Redeemer Jesus. Glory to his name. And he ran unto the city. At the gate were many warders, armed men on tower and turret. But he passed them all unchallenged. To the nearest baker's went he, and in haste demanded bread. Ha, young rogue, exclaimed the baker, surely thou hast found a treasure. That old piece of gold betrays thee. Give me, or I shall denounce thee, half the treasure thou hast found. And Iamblichus denied it, but the baker would not listen, brawling till the watch came forward. To the king they both were taken, and the monarch, like the baker, but a higher right asserting, claimed to share the treasure too. But at last the wondrous story which the young man told the monarch proved itself by many tokens. Lord was he of that same palace, whither he was brought for judgment. For he showed to them a pillar, in the which a stone, when loosened, led unto a treasure chamber, heaped with gold and costly jewels. Straightway came in haste his kindred, all his clan came thronging round him, eager to advance their claim. Each was nearer than the other. And Iamblichus, the blooming young in face and form and feature, stood an ancestor among them. All bewildered heard he legends of his son and of his grandsons, fathers of the men before him. So amazed he stood and listened, patriarch in his early manhood, while the crowd around him gathered, stalwart men and mighty captains, him the youngest to acknowledge as the founder of their race. And one token with another made assurance doubly certain. None could doubt the wondrous story of himself and of his comrades. Shortly to the cave returning, king and people all go with him, and they saw him enter in. But no more to king or people did the chosen reappear, for the 7 who long had tarried, nay, but they were 8 in number, for the faithful dog was with them. Thenceforth from the world were sundered. The most blessed angel Gabriel, by the will of God Almighty, walling up the cave forever, led them unto paradise. End of section 62. This recording is in the public domain. King Darius, being lord of all Asia, wherein were great multitudes of men and much wealth, proposed to make war against the Scythians, desiring also to punish them for their wrongdoing in time past. Now their wrongdoing had been this: they had invaded Asia in the days of the Medes, and had ruled it for 28 years, and when the years were ended, had gone back to their own land. About which going back there is this to be told. When they were come to the border of the land, they found an army drawn out in battle array against them, and this army was of their own slaves. But when they had fought with the slaves many times, and could not prevail, one of them said to his fellows, Men of Scythia, we do ill, fighting against these slaves. Come, let us cast aside our spears, and take each one of us his whip. For so long as they see us with arms in our hands, they count themselves to be our equals. But when they shall see the whips, they will remember that we are their masters. This the Scythians did, and it was so with the slaves, that when they saw the whips they fled. King Darius therefore prepared to make war against the Scythians, requiring soldiers from some nations and from some ships, and commanding others that they should make a bridge over the Thracian Bosphorus. But in the meantime Artabanus, that was brother to the king, would have persuaded him not to go against the Scythians, as being men that had no possessions, but he could not prevail. And when the king was now about to depart from Susa, which is the chief city of Persia, there came to him one Eobazus, entreating of him that he would suffer one of his sons to tarry at home, for he had 3 sons, and all were in the army. Then the king said that because Eobazus was his friend, and asked but a small thing, all his sons should tarry at home. Whereat the man was greatly rejoiced, but the king sent his executioners and slew them all. In this fashion did they tarry at home. When the king was come to the Bosphorus, he set up 2 pillars of white marble, whereon he inscribed the names of all the nations, as many as were in his army. And indeed of all that he ruled none were absent. The writing on the one pillar was Persian, and on the other Greek. Now the number of the men was 700,000, besides those that were in the ships, and of ships there were 600. After this he crossed by the bridge which Meandrius of Samos had made over the Bosphorus, commanding the Ionians that they should sail along the shore to the river Danube, and should make a bridge across the river, and so tarry till he should come. Then he went on his way through the land of Thrace till he came to the river Tirus. Of this river they say that the water thereof healeth diseases both of men and beasts beyond all others. It has 38 springs flowing from one and the same rock, of which some are cold and some are hot. Here the king pitched his camp, and beside the river he set up a pillar by it, whereon was written, To the Tirus, which is the best and fairest of all rivers, came Darius, son of Hystaspes, king of the Persians, being the best and fairest of all men. At this time the Getae, they are called immortal, submitted themselves to him. This they did without fighting, though they are counted the most valiant and righteous of all the Thracians. The cause whereof they are called immortal is this: they believe that they die not, but that such as seem to die go to their god Zalmoxis, and every 5th year they send a messenger to Zalmoxis with a message concerning the things which they need. They cast lots who shall be this messenger, and their manner of sending him is this: some of them stand in order, holding up 3 spears, and others take the messenger whom they would send to Zalmoxis by the hands and the feet, and throw him from above on to the spears. If the man die, they hold that Zalmoxis is gracious to them, but if he die not, they blame the messenger, saying that he is a wicked man, and then they look for another, but the message they give him while he is yet alive. These Thracians shoot arrows into the sky when there is thunder and lightning, and threaten the gods, holding that there is in truth no god but this Zalmoxis. As for this Zalmoxis, some say that he was a slave in Samos, and that his master was Pythagoras, and that when he had gathered much wealth he went back to his country, and that he affirmed that neither he nor they that were his disciples should die, but should come to a country full of all manner of all good things, and that while he taught these things he made for himself a dwelling under the earth, and that when this dwelling was finished he vanished out of sight of the Thracians and dwelt therein for 3 years, and that afterward he showed himself again to the Thracians, so that they believed all that he had taught them. After this the king came to the Danube, which when he had crossed, he said to the Ionians that they should loose the bridge and follow him. But when the Ionians were now about to loose it, a certain Coes, who was captain of the men of Mytilene, spake thus to the king, having first heard that the king would willingly hear his opinion: This land into which thou goest, O king, hath in it neither fields nor cities, for which reason I would have thee leave this bridge, and leave also them that made it to guard it. For if we prosper in this journey and find the Scythians, then shall we have a way of return, and if we find them not, we shall also have a way. For that we shall turn our backs before the Scythians in battle, I fear not, but only that not being able to find them, we may wander a long time, and so suffer many things. And I say not this that I may myself be left behind, only I set forth the opinion that I hold to be best for thee, O king. But as for myself, I will go with thee, and will not be left behind. These words pleased Darius very much, and he said to Coes, Man of Lesbos, if I return in peace, come to my house, that I may recompense thee for thy good counsel. After this he took a thong, and tied in it 60 knots, and calling the kings of the Ionians, said to them, My former purpose concerning the bridge is changed. Take therefore this thong, and do thus with it: loose 1 knot every day from the day when I shall depart hence to fight with the Scythians. And if I come not back when all these knots shall have been loosed, then sail back to your own land. But for 60 days, according to the number of the knots, keep this bridge with all the care that ye may. And when he had said this, he went on his way searching for the Scythians. Now the Scythians, knowing that they could not stand against the Persians in battle, sent messengers to the nations round about that they should help them, for that the Persians had it in their mind to conquer the whole country. And when the kings of these nations had met in council together, 8 kings in all, the assembly soon divided, for 3 were willing to help the Scythians, but 5 were not willing, saying that the Scythians had invaded the land of Asia, and were now suffering punishment for their misdeeds. When this was told to the Scythians, they considered what they might best do, and it seemed best that they should not join battle with the Persians, but should flee before them, filling the springs and the wells, and destroying the pasture. For this end they divided themselves into 2 armies, whereof one, being 1/3 part of the whole, having with them also the Sauromatai, should go toward the river Tanais, if the Persians should pursue them, but if the Persians turned back, should pursue in their turn, and the remainder having with them the Geloni and the Budini, should go toward the country of the 5 nations that would not help them, that the Persians might lay waste the country of these nations. But their wagons, wherein their wives and their children are wont to live, and their flocks and herds, save such only as they needed for food, they sent away, bidding them go northward. After this, the swiftest of their horsemen went forth to meet the Persians, and found them encamped at a place that is 3 days' journey from the Danube. And when the Persians saw the Scythian horsemen, they followed on their track and pursued them a very long way, till they came to the desert. Here Darius halted and made his camp by the river Oarus, and began to build 8 great forts. But as the Scythians could nowhere be seen, he left the forts unfinished, and marched toward the west. And as he marched, he came upon the greater army of the Scythians, and these also gave way before him, having always a day's journey between them and the Persians. And they led them to the towns of those nations that were not willing to help them. All these countries the Persians wasted, save only the country of the Agathyrsi, for these came down armed to their borders, and were ready to fight with the Scythians. And when this had been done many days, Darius, being now weary, sent a horseman to Idanthyrsus, king of the Scythians, saying, Why fliest thou ever in this fashion? If thou thinkest thyself able to meet me in battle, stay from thy wanderings and fight with me. But if thou confessest thyself to be not worthy, cease from this running, and send gifts as to thy master, even earth and water, and let us talk together. To this Idanthyrsus, king of the Scythians, made answer, I never feared any man that I should flee before him, and I fear not thee, nor indeed do I now any other thing than that which I am wont to do in peace. But if thou wilt know why we do not fight with thee, hearken. We have neither city nor field for which we should fear, lest they should be taken or plundered, and so join battle with thee. Yet if thou art minded by all means to fight with us, we have the tombs of our fathers. Find ye these, and seek to destroy them, and ye shall know right soon whether we will fight for the tombs of our fathers or no. But till thou do this, we will not fight with thee till we be so minded. And as to what thou sayest of a master, know that our masters are Zeus only, whose son I am, and Vesta, that is queen of the Scythians. As to these gifts of earth and water, I will not send them, but I will send such as is meet for thee to receive. This answer the herald brought back to Darius, but when the kings of the Scythians heard this talk of masters and slaves, they were very wroth, and they sent the smaller part of their army to treat with the Ionians at the bridge, but with the larger part they determined not to give way any more before the Persians, but to attack them while they were gathering food. This the Scythians did, and the horsemen of the Persians always fled before their horsemen. But when the foot soldiers came to the help of the horsemen, then the Scythians gave place. Also they made many attacks on the Persians by night. One thing indeed there was that hindered them. There is neither ass nor mule in the whole land of Scythia, and it often fell out that when the horsemen of the Scythians were pursuing the Persians, the asses in their camp would bray, and when the horses heard it, they would be astonished and stand still, pricking up their ears, for they had not heard such sound before, nor seen the shape of an ass. Now the Persians were troubled at what befell them, and when the Scythians saw this, they sought to keep them in their country, that they might come utterly to want. For this end they left some of their flocks with the shepherds behind them, when they themselves departed to some other place. And the Persians coming upon the flocks and laying hold of them were much encouraged, and so were the more willing to tarry in the country. But when this had been done many times, at last King Darius was in sore straits, and knew not what he should do. When the king of the Scythians, knowing this, sent a herald with gifts to Darius, and the gifts were these: a bird, and a mouse, and a frog, and 5 arrows. And the Persians inquired of the herald that brought the gifts what they might signify. But the man made answer that of this he knew nothing, but that it had been commanded him to give the gifts to the king, and then depart straightway; but that the Persians might themselves discover if only they were wise, what the gifts signified. And King Darius judged that the purpose of the Scythians was this, to give themselves up to him, which is commonly done by the giving of earth and water. For he considered that the mouse liveth in the earth, and eateth the fruits thereof, even as doth a man, and that the frog liveth in the water, and that the bird is most like to the horse, and that as to the arrows, these signified their arms, which they gave up to him. This indeed was the opinion of King Darius, but the judgment of Gobryas about the matter was widely different. This Gobryas was one of the 7 who slew the Magian. He indeed interpreted the gift after this fashion: unless ye become as birds and fly up into the air, or as mice and burrow into the earth, or as frogs and leap into the water, ye shall not go back, but shall be smitten with these arrows, that ye die. Thus Gobryas judged about the gifts. But in the meanwhile one of the armies of the Scythians, that which had gone eastward to the Tanais, having returned by the way by which they went, came to the Danube, and had speech with the Ionians that guarded the bridge, saying, Men of Ionia, we come to you offering freedom, if only ye will hearken unto us. We hear that Darius, when he departed, bade you guard the bridge for 60 days only, and that if he came not back within these 60 days, he should loose the bridge, and so depart to your own country. Now if ye do after these words, ye shall have no blame either from him or from us. Tarry therefore for the appointed days, and afterward depart. And when the Ionians said that they would do so, the Scythians went their way. Then this army of the Scythians departed, and the other army set themselves in battle array against Darius, having both horse and foot, and purposing to fight against him. And it so fell out, when the 2 armies were drawn up, the one over against the other, that a hare ran through the midst of the army of the Scythians, and when the Scythians saw it, they left care of the battle, and pursued after the hare. And Darius, seeing that the Scythians were in much confusion, and shouted aloud, inquired what this might mean, that the enemy were so disturbed. And when he knew that they were busy pursuing the hare, he turned to them to whom he was wont to speak at other times also, and said to them, Surely these men have a great scorn for us, and surely also Gobryas interpreted the gifts and their signification aright. Seeing then that these things are so, we need good counsel, that we may return in safety. And Gobryas said, O king, I knew before that these men were hard to deal with, and now I know it the more certainly when I see how they scoff at us. My judgment therefore is this: so soon as it shall be night, let us light the fires in the camp, as we are wont to do at other times, and let us tie up the asses in their place, and let us so depart, leaving behind us such as be least able to endure hardships. And let us do this before that the Scythians go to the Danube and loose the bridge, or that the Ionians themselves consider that they may do us this hurt. This was the counsel of Gobryas, and so soon as it was night, Darius followed it. He left such of the soldiers as were sick, and such as were of least account, if they should perish, and he caused them to tie up the asses in their places in the camp, and so departed. And the cause why he left the asses and the sick men behind was this: the asses he left that they might make a noise, and the men because they could not make haste in marching. But to these he said that his purpose was to attack the Scythians with the better part of his army, and that they in the meanwhile should guard the camp. This Darius said to them that were left, and having caused the campfires to be lighted, he so departed, and made with all the speed that he could for the Danube. And the asses, missing the noise of the multitude about them, made themselves the more noise, which when the Scythians heard, they made no doubt but that the Persians were yet in their camp. But when the day was come, they that had been left behind of the Persians, judging that they had been betrayed by King Darius, surrendered themselves to the Scythians, and told what had been done. And the Scythians, so soon as they heard it, pursued after the Persians with both their armies, and with the nations also that had come to their help. And they pursued, going straight to the Danube, But the Persians and the Scythians fell not in with each other for this cause, namely, that the army of the Persians was for the most part of foot soldiers, and they knew not the way, for indeed in the land of Scythia there are not roads duly made, but the Scythians were horsemen, and they knew the shortest ways. For this cause they fell not in with each other, but the Scythians came to the bridge of the Danube by a long time the first. And when they found that the Persians were not yet come to the bridge, they spake to the Ionians that were in the ships, saying, Men of Ionia, the days that were numbered to you are now past, and ye do wrong till tarrying here by the bridge. And if ye have done this heretofore in fear, fear ye no longer, but leave the bridge with all speed, and go on your way rejoicing, and be free, thanking the gods and the Scythians for these benefits. And as for the man that was your master, we will so order things with him that he shall not make war against any man hereafter forever. When they heard this, the Ionians took counsel together. Then Miltiades, the Athenian, who was king of the Chersonese, that is near the Hellespont, advised that they should do according to the saying of the Scythians, and so set the Ionians free. But the advice of Histiaeus of Miletus was contrary to this, for he said, Each one of us is king in his own city by reason of the power of Darius, and if this power be overthrown, then shall we be overthrown also, and neither he nor any man will be king in Miletus, or indeed in any of the cities, seeing that they would all of them wish to be governed by the people rather than be governed by a king. When the other kings heard this, they turned straightway to the opinion of Histiaeus, though before they had followed the opinion of Miltiades, and as they judged it most expedient for themselves, so they did forthwith. For they loosed that part of the bridge which was toward the Scythians, and they loosed it for the length of a bowshot. And this they did in order that, though they did nothing, they might yet seem to be doing something, and that the Scythians might not take the bridge by force, and so cross the Danube. And while they were loosing the bridge on the side of the Scythians, they affirmed that they were about to do as the Scythians had counseled them. For Histiaeus came forward in the name of all, and spake, saying, Ye men of Scythia, ye have come to us with counsel that is right welcome, and are zealous on our behalf to good purpose. And as ye have advised us well, so will we serve you faithfully. For we will loose this bridge, even as ye now see us do, and we will work with all our might, that we may have the freedom which we desire. Do ye, therefore, while we are loosing the bridge, go and seek for these oppressors, and when ye have found them, avenge yourselves and us also upon them in such manner as they deserve. When the Scythians heard these words, they believed a second time that the Ionians spake the truth, and so departed, seeking the Persians. Yet did they miss them altogether, and for this cause, for which indeed they were themselves to blame, namely, that they had destroyed the pastures and filled up the wells. For if they had not done this thing, they could easily have found the Persians. But now the counsel that seemed to have been most excellently devised turned out ill for them. For the Scythians indeed went through their country, seeking the Persians where there was food for their horses and wells of water, for they thought that of a surety the enemy would return by this way. But the Persians did not so, but kept to their own trail, which they had made marching from the Danube. And so at last, after many things suffered, they came to the river and the bridge. But as they came in the night time, and the one end of the bridge had been loosed, they were for a while in great fear lest the Ionians should have left them. Now there was with Darius a certain Egyptian, whose voice was louder than the voice of all other men, and Darius commanded this man that he should go down to the edge of the river and call to Histiaeus of Miletus. This he did, and Histiaeus heard him call the first time, and straightway brought the ships and joined the bridge, so that the army of the Persians passed over and escaped. But when the Scythians came again to the river, having missed the Persians a second time, they had great wrath against the Ionians. And from that day they are wont to say of the Ionians, that if they be called free men, then be they the most cowardly and vile of all the nations upon earth, and if they be counted slaves, then there are no slaves more mean and worthless. End of section 63. This recording is in the public domain.
Persia tried in vain to conquer Greece. When his son Xerxes came to the throne in 486 B.C., he too made the same attempt. An account of his disastrous failure is given in Volume 4, The Great Persian Invasion. The Editor. Xerxes thus levied his army, searching out every region of the continent. For, from the reduction of Egypt, he was employed 4 whole years in assembling his forces, and providing things necessary for the expedition. In the course of the 5th year he began his march with a vast multitude of men, for of the expeditions with which we are acquainted, this was by far the greatest, so that that of Darius against the Scythians appears nothing in comparison with this, nor the Scythian, when the Scythians pursuing the Cimmerians, and invading the Medic territory, subdued almost the whole of the upper part of Asia, on account of which Darius afterwards attempted to inflict vengeance on them, nor, according to what is related, that of the Atridae against Ilium, nor that of the Mysians and Teucrians, which took place before the Trojan War, who, having passed over into Europe by the Bosphorus, subdued all the Thracians, and went down to the Ionian Sea, and marched southward as far as the river Peneus. All these expeditions, and others, if there have been any besides them, are not to be compared with this one. For what nation did not Xerxes lead out of Asia against Greece? What stream, being drunk, did not fail him, except that of great rivers? Some supplied ships, others were ordered to furnish men for the infantry, from others cavalry were required, from others transports for horses, together with men to serve in the army. Others had to furnish long ships for the bridges, and others provisions and vessels. And first of all, as those who had first attempted to double Mount Athos had met with disasters, preparations were being made for nearly 3 years about Athos. For triremes were stationed at Elaeus and the Chersonese, and proceeding from thence men of every nation from the army dug under the lash, and they went in succession, and the people who dwelt round Athos dug also. Bubares, son of Megabazus, and Artachias, son of Artias, both Persians, presided over the work. Athos is a vast and celebrated mountain stretching into the sea and inhabited by men. Where the mountain terminates toward the continent, it is in the form of a peninsula, and is an isthmus of about 12 stades. This is a plain with hills of no great height from the Sea of the Acanthians to the sea which is opposite to Rhone. On this isthmus, in which Mount Athos terminates, stands Sana, a Grecian city, but those within Sana, and situate on Athos itself, which the Persian then was proceeding to make insular instead of continental, are the following: Dion, Olophyxus, Acrothune, Thysus, and Cleonae. These are the cities which occupy Mount Athos. They made the excavation as follows. The barbarians divided the ground among the several nations, having drawn a straight line near the city of Sana. And when the trench was deep, some standing at the bottom continued to dig, and others handed the soil that was dug out to men who stood above on ladders. They again in turn handed it to others, until they reached those that were at the top. These last carried it off and threw it away. To all the rest, except the Phoenicians, the brink of the excavation falling in gave double labour, for as they made the upper opening and the lower of equal dimensions, this must necessarily happen. But the Phoenicians show their skill in other works, and especially did so in this, for having received the portion that fell to their share, they dug it, making the upper opening of the trench twice as large as it was necessary for the trench itself to be. And as the work proceeded, they contracted it gradually, so that when they came to the bottom, the work was equal in width to the rest. Near adjoining is a meadow, where they had a market and a bazaar, and a great abundance of meal was brought to them from Asia. According to my deliberate opinion, Xerxes ordered this excavation to be made from motives of ostentation, wishing to display his power and to leave a memorial of himself. For though it was possible without any great labour to have drawn the ships over the isthmus, he commanded them to dig a channel for the sea of such a width that 2 triremes might pass through rowed abreast. And the same persons to whom the excavation was committed were ordered also to throw a bridge over the river Strymon. These things then he thus contrived. He also caused cables of papyrus and of white flax to be prepared for the bridges, having ordered the Phoenicians and Egyptians also to lay up provisions for the army, that neither the men nor the beasts of burden might suffer from famine on their march toward Greece. And having informed himself of the situations of the places, he ordered them to lay up the provisions where it was most convenient, conveying them to various quarters in merchant ships and transports from all parts of Asia. Of these provisions the largest quantity they conveyed to a place called Lusacte in Thrace. Some were ordered to Tyrodiza of the Perinthians, others to Doriscus, others to Ion on the Strymon, and others to Macedonia. While these men were employed in their appointed task, the whole land forces, having been assembled, marched with Xerxes to Sardis, having set out from Critalla in Cappadocia. For it was ordered that all the troops throughout the continent that were to march with Xerxes himself should be assembled at that place. Now which of the generals, bringing the best appointed troops, received the gifts promised by the king, I am unable to mention, for I am not at all aware that they came to any decision on this point. They then, when having crossed the river Halys, they entered Phrygia, marching through that country, arriving at Callene, where rise the springs of the Meander, and of another river not less than the Meander, which is called the Cataractes, which, springing up in the very forum of the Cellaeans, discharges itself into the Meander. In this city also the skin of Silenus Marcius is suspended, which, as the Phrygians report, was stripped off and suspended by Apollo. In this city Pythius, son of Ates, a Lydian, being in waiting, entertained the whole army of the king and Xerxes himself with most sumptuous feasts, and he offered money, wishing to contribute toward the expense of the war. When Pythius offered money, Xerxes asked the Persians near him who this Pythius was, and what riches he possessed that he made such an offer. They answered, O king, this is the person who presented your father Darius with the golden plane tree and the vine, and he is now the richest man we know of in the world next to yourself. Xerxes, surprised with these last words, next asked Pythius what might be the amount of his wealth. He said, O king, I will not conceal it from you, nor will I pretend to be ignorant of my own substance, but as I know it perfectly, I will tell you the exact truth. As soon as I heard you were coming down to the Grecian Sea, wishing to present you with money for the war, I made enquiry, and found by computation that I had 2,000 talents of silver, and of gold 4 millions of Daric staters, all but 7,000. The silver talent of the Greeks was equal to about $1,000, the Daric stater to about $5.40. These I freely give you. For myself I have sufficient subsistence from my slaves and lands. Thus he spoke. But Xerxes, delighted with his offer, replied, My Lydian friend, since I left the Persian country I have met with no man to the present moment who was willing to entertain my army, or who, having come into my presence, has voluntarily offered to contribute money toward the war. But you have entertained my army magnificently, and have offered me vast sums. Therefore, in return for this, I confer on you the following rewards. I make you my friend, and will make up the sum of 4 millions of staters from my own treasures, by adding the 7,000, so that the 4 millions may not be short of 7,000, but the full sum may be completed by me. Do you retain what you have acquired, and be careful always to continue such as you are. for if you do this you shall never repent, either now or hereafter." Having said this and performed his promises, he continued his march, and passing by a city of the Phrygians called Anawa, and a lake from which salt is obtained, he arrived at Colossae, a considerable city of Phrygia, in which the river Lycus, falling into a chasm of the earth, disappears; then reappearing after a distance of about 5 stades, it also discharges itself into the Maeander. From Colossae the army, advancing toward the boundaries of the Phrygians and Lydians, arrived at the city of Sadrara, where a pillar planted in the ground and erected by Croesus indicates the boundaries by an inscription. When from Phrygia he entered Lydia, the way dividing into two, that on the left leading to Caria, that on the right to Sardis, by which latter a traveller is compelled to cross the river Maeander, and to pass by the city of Calatabus, in which confectioners make honey with tamarisk and wheat. Xerxes, going by this way, met with a plane tree, which on account of its beauty he presented with golden ornaments, and having committed it to the care of one of the immortals, on the next day he arrived at Sardis, the capital of the Lydians. On his arrival at Sardis, he first of all sent heralds to Greece to demand earth and water, and to require them to provide entertainment for the king, except that he did not send either to Athens or Lacedaemon, but he did to every other place. And he sent the second time for earth and water for the following reason: such as had not given them before when Darius sent, he thought would then certainly do so through fear. Wishing therefore to know this for certain, he sent. And after this he prepared to march to Abydos. In the meanwhile, those who were appointed had joined the Hellespont from Asia to Europe. There is in the Chersonese on the Hellespont, between the city of Sestus and Miletus, a craggy shore extending into the sea directly opposite Abydos. There, not long after these events, under Xanthippus, son of Ariphron, a general of the Athenians, having taken Artayctes, a Persian, governor of Sestus, they impaled him alive against a plank, for he, having brought women into the temple of Protesilaus at Elias, committed atrocious crimes. To this shore, then, beginning at Abydos, they, on whom this task was imposed, constructed bridges, the Phoenicians one with white flax, and the Egyptians the other with papyrus. The distance from Abydos to the opposite shore is 7 stades. When the strait was thus united, a violent storm arising broke in pieces and scattered the whole work. When Xerxes heard of this, being exceedingly indignant, he commanded that the Hellespont should be stricken with 300 lashes with a scourge, and that a pair of fetters should be let down into the sea. I have moreover heard that with them he likewise sent branding instruments to brand the Hellespont. He certainly charged those who flog the waters to utter these barbarous and impious words: "Thou bitter water, thy master inflicts this punishment upon thee because thou hast injured him, although thou hadst not suffered any harm from him. And King Xerxes will cross over thee whether thou wilt or not. It is with justice that no man sacrifices to thee, because thou art both a deceitful and briny river." He accordingly commanded them to chastise the sea in this manner, and to cut off the heads of those who had to superintend the joining of the Hellespont. They on whom this thankless office was imposed carried it into execution, and other engineers constructed bridges, and they constructed them in the following manner. They connected together pentaconters and triremes, under that toward the Euxine Sea 360, and under the other 314 obliquely in respect of the Pontus, but in that direction of the current in respect of the Hellespont, that it might keep up the tension of the cables. Having connected them together, they let down very long anchors, some on the one bridge toward the Pontus on account of the winds that blew from it within, others on account of the bridge toward the west and the Aegean on account of the south and southeast winds. They left an opening as a passage through between the pentaconters, and that in 3 places, that any one who wished might be able to sail into the Pontus in light vessels, and from the Pontus outward. Having done this, they stretched the cables from the shore, twisting them with wooden capstans, not as before using the two kinds separately, but assigning to each 2 of white flax and 4 of papyrus. The thickness and quality were the same, but those of flax were stronger in proportion, every cubit weighing a full talent. When the passage was bridged over, having sawn up trunks of trees and having made them equal to the width of the bridge, they laid them regularly upon the extended cables, and having laid them in regular order, they then fastened them together. And having done this, they put brushwood on the top, and having laid the brushwood in regular order, they put earth over the whole. And having pressed down the earth, they drew a fence on each side, that the beasts of burden and horses might not be frightened by looking down upon the sea. When the works at the bridges were completed, and those at Mount Athos, as well as the mounds at the mouths of the canal, which had been made on account of the tide, in order that the mouths of the trench might not be choked up, and news was brought that the canal was entirely completed, thereupon the army, having wintered at Sardis, and being fully prepared, set out at the beginning of the spring from thence toward Abydos. But as it was on the point of setting out, the sun, quitting his seat in the heavens, disappeared, though there were no clouds, and the air was perfectly serene, and night ensued in the place of day. When Xerxes saw and perceived this, it occasioned him much uneasiness. He therefore inquired of the Magi what the prodigy might portend. They answered that the deity foreshows to the Greeks the extinction of their cities, adding that the sun is the portender of the future to the Greeks, and the moon to the Persians. Xerxes, having heard this, was much delighted, and set out upon his march. As he was leading his army away, Pythius the Lydian, terrified by the prodigy in the heavens, and emboldened by the gifts, went to Xerxes the king, and spoke thus: "Sire, would you indulge me by granting a boon I should wish to obtain, which is easy for you to grant and of great importance to me?" Xerxes, expecting that he would wish for anything rather than what he did ask, said that he would grant his request, and bade him declare what he wanted. Whereupon he, when he heard this, spoke confidently as follows: "Sire, I have 5 sons, and it happens that they are all attending you in the expedition against Greece. But do you, O king, pity me, who am thus advanced in years, and release one of my sons from the service, that he may take care of me and my property. Take the other 4 with you, and having accomplished your designs, may you return home." Xerxes was highly incensed, and answered as follows: "Base man, hast thou dared, when I am marching in person against Greece, and taking with me my children, and brothers, and kinsmen, and friends, to make mention of thy son? Thou, who art my slave, and who wert bound in thy duty to follow me with all thy family, even with thy wife? Now learn this well, that the spirit of man dwells in his ears, which, when it hears pleasing things, fills the whole body with delight, but when it hears the contrary, swells with indignation. When therefore you did well, and gave promise of the like, you cannot boast of having surpassed the king in generosity. But now that you have adopted a more shameless conduct, you shall not receive your deserts, but less than your deserts. For your hospitality preserves 4 of your children, but you shall be punished with the loss of the one you cherish most." When he had given this answer, he immediately commanded those whose office it was to execute such orders to find out the eldest of the sons of Pythius, and to cut his body in 2, and having so done, to deposit the halves, one on the right of the road, the other on the left, and that the army should pass between them. When they had done this, the army afterward passed between. The baggage bearers and beasts of burden first led the way. After them came a host of all nations promiscuously, not distinguished. After more than 1/2 of the army had passed, an interval was left, that they might not mix with the king's troops. Before him 1,000 horsemen led the van, chosen from among all the Persians, and next to them 1,000 spearmen, those also chosen from among all, carrying their lances turned downward to the earth. After these came 10 sacred horses, called Nisaean, gorgeously caparisoned, These horses are called Nisaean on the following account. There is a large plain in the Medic country which is called the Nisaean. Now this plain produces these large horses. Behind these 10 horses was placed the sacred chariot of Jupiter, drawn by 8 white horses. Behind the horses followed a charioteer on foot, holding the reins, because no mortal ever ascends this seat. Behind this came Xerxes himself on a chariot drawn by Nisaean horses, and a charioteer walked at his side, whose name was Pateramphes, son of Otanes, a Persian. In this manner, then, Xerxes marched out of Sardis, and whenever he thought right, he used to pass from the chariot to a covered carriage. Behind him marched 1,000 spearmen, the bravest and most noble of the Persians, carrying their spears in the usual manner, and after them another body of 1,000 horse, chosen from among the Persians. After the cavalry came 10,000 men, chosen from the rest of the Persians. These were infantry, and of these 1,000 had golden pomegranates on their spears instead of ferules, and they enclosed the others all round. But the 9,000 being within them had silver pomegranates. Those also that carried their spears turned to the earth had golden pomegranates, and those that followed them nearest to Xerxes had golden apples. Behind the 10,000 foot were placed 10,000 Persian cavalry. And after the cavalry was left an interval of 2 stades, and then the rest of the throng followed promiscuously. The army directed its march from Lydia to the river Caicus and the Mysian territory, and proceeding from the Caicus, leaving Mount Cannae on the left, passed through Atarneus to the city Carina. From thence it marched through the plain of Thebes, and passing by the city of Adramyttium and the Pelasgian Antrandus, and keeping Mount Ida on the left, it entered the territory of Ilium. But before this, as the army halted during the night under Mount Ida, thunder and lightning fell upon them and destroyed a considerable number of the troops on the spot. When the army arrived at the Scamander, which was the first river since they had set out on their march from Sardis, whose stream failed and did not afford sufficient drink for the army and beasts of burden, when accordingly Xerxes arrived at this river, he went up to the Pergamus of Priam, that is, the citadel, being desirous of seeing it, and having seen it and inquired into every particular, he sacrificed 1,000 oxen to the Ilian Minerva, and the Magi poured out libations to the honour of the heroes. After they had done this, a panic fell on the camp during the night, and at the dawn of day they marched from thence on the left, skirting the city of Rhodium, and Ophrenium, and Dardanus, which borders on Abydos, and on the right the Gergithae Teucrians. When they were at Abydos, Xerxes wished to behold the whole army, and there had been previously erected on a hill at this place for his express use a lofty throne of white marble. The people of Abydos had made it in obedience to a previous order of the king. When he was seated there looking down toward the shore, he beheld both the land army and the fleet, and when he beheld them, he desired to see a contest take place between the ships. And when it had taken place, and the Sidonian Phoenicians were victorious, he showed himself exceedingly gratified both with the contest and the army. And when he saw the whole Hellespont covered by the ships, and all the shores and the plains of Abydos full of men, Xerxes thereupon pronounced himself happy, but afterwards shed tears. Artabanus, his paternal uncle, having observed him, the same who had before freely declared his opinion and advised Xerxes not to invade Greece, this man, having perceived Xerxes shedding tears, addressed him thus: "O king, how very different from each other are what you are now doing, and what you did a little while ago! For having pronounced yourself happy, now you weep." He answered, "Commiseration seized me when I considered how brief all human life is, since of these, numerous as they are, not one shall survive to the 100th year." But Artabanus replied, saying, "We suffer during life other things more pitiable than this. For in this so brief life there is not one either of these or of others born so happy, that it will not occur to him, not only once but oftentimes, to wish rather to die than to live. For calamities befalling him and diseases disturbing him make life, though really short, appear to be long, so that death, life being burdensome, becomes the most desirable refuge for man. And the Deity, having given us to taste of sweet existence, is found to be jealous of his gift. Xerxes answered, saying, Artabanus, of human life, which is such as you have described it, let us say no more, nor let us call evils to mind now that we have good things before us. Xerxes again summoned the most distinguished of the Persians, and when they were assembled he addressed them as follows. O Persians, I have called you together to desire this of you, that you would acquit yourselves like brave men, and not disgrace the former exploits of the Persians, which are great and memorable. But let each and all of us together show our zeal, for this which we are endeavoring to accomplish is a good common to all. On this account, then, I call on you to apply yourselves earnestly to the war, for, as I am informed, we are marching against brave men, and if we conquer them, no other army in the world will dare to oppose us. Now then, let us cross over, having first offered up prayers to the gods who protect the Persian territory. That day they made preparations for the passage over, and on the following they waited for the sun, as they wished to see it rising, in the meantime burning all sorts of perfumes on the bridges, and strewing the road with myrtle branches. When the sun rose, Xerxes, pouring a libation into the sea out of a golden cup, offered up a prayer to the sun that no such accident might befall him as would prevent him from subduing Europe until he had reached its utmost limits. After having prayed, he threw the cup into the Hellespont, and a golden bowl, and a Persian sword, which they call asinase. But I cannot determine with certainty whether he dropped these things into the sea as an offering to the sun, or whether he repented of having scourged the Hellespont and presented these gifts to the sea as a compensation. When these ceremonies were finished, the infantry and all the cavalry crossed over by that bridge which was toward the Pontus, and the beasts of burden and attendants by that toward the Aegean. First of all, the 10,000 Persians led the van, all wearing crowns, and after them the promiscuous host of all nations. These crossed on that day. On the following, first the horsemen, and those who carried their lances downward. These also wore crowns. Next came the sacred horses and the sacred chariot. Afterwards Xerxes himself, and the spearmen, and the 1,000 horsemen. After them the rest of the army closed the march, and at the same time the ships got under way to the opposite shore. I have also heard that Xerxes crossed over last of all. Xerxes, when he had crossed over into Europe, saw the army crossing over under the lash. His army crossed over in 7 days and 7 nights without halting at all. On this occasion it is related that when Xerxes had crossed over the Hellespont, a certain Hellespontine said, O Jupiter, why, assuming the form of a Persian and taking the name of Xerxes, do you wish to subvert Greece, bringing all mankind with you, since without them it was in your power to do this? End of section 64. Recording by Philip Gould.
This recording is in the public domain. And weakness, and one Artaxerxes, who claimed to be a descendant of the family of Cyrus, succeeded in making himself sovereign and the founder of a dynasty which continued for more than 400 years. The most famous ruler of this line was Khosru, who reigned 531 to 579 A.D. His justice and wisdom and valor in arms were the theme of many a native poet. This glory was short-lived. First the Romans, then the Mohammedan Arabs invaded the land. Then came the Seljuks, the Tartars, the leader Tamerlane with a new horde of Mongols, and the Afghans, and there were periods of revolution and anarchy marked by revolting tales of perfidy and cruelty. For more than 1,000 years, the history of Persia has been a long, uninteresting story of constantly changing divisions of the kingdom, of new dynasties, of murder, invasions, and wars. End of section 65. This recording is in the public domain.
The brother of the Persian king hired some Greek soldiers to help him seize the kingdom. He and the Greek generals were slain. The men made their way back to Greece and reported that the Persian kingdom was not nearly so strong as had been supposed. These two events encouraged Alexander the Great, king of Macedonia, to lead in 334 BC an army into Asia against Persia. The editor. There was at this time in Darius's army a Macedonian refugee named Amyntas, one who was pretty well acquainted with Alexander's character. This man, when he saw Darius intended to fall upon the enemy in the passes and defiles, advised him earnestly to keep where he was in the open and extensive plains, it being the advantage of a numerous army to have field room enough when it engages with a lesser force. Darius, instead of taking his counsel, told him he was afraid the enemy would endeavor to run away, and so Alexander would escape out of his hands. That fear, replied Amyntas, is needless, for assure yourself that far from avoiding you, he will make all the speed he can to meet you, and is now most likely on his march toward you. But Amyntas's counsel was to no purpose, for Darius immediately decamping marched into Cilicia at the same time that Alexander advanced into Syria to meet him, and missing one another in the night, they both turned back again. Alexander, greatly pleased with the event, made all the haste he could to fight in the defiles, and Darius to recover his former ground and draw his army out of so disadvantageous a place. For now he began to perceive his error in engaging himself too far in a country in which the sea, the mountains, and the river Pinarus, running through the midst of it, would necessitate him to divide his forces, render his horse almost unserviceable, and only cover and support the weakness of the enemy. Fortune was not kinder to Alexander in the choice of the ground than he was careful to improve it to his advantage. For being much inferior in numbers, so far from allowing himself to be outflanked, he stretched his right wing much further out than the left wing of his enemies, and fighting there himself in the very foremost ranks, put the barbarians to flight. In this battle he was wounded in the thigh. Chairs says, by Darius, with whom he fought hand to hand. But in the account which he gave Antipater of the battle, though indeed he owns he was wounded in the thigh with a sword, though not dangerously, yet he takes no notice who it was that wounded him. Nothing was wanted to complete this victory, in which he overthrew above 110,000 of his enemies, but the taking the person of Darius, who escaped very narrowly by flight. However, having taken his chariot and his bow, he returned from pursuing him, and found his own men busy in pillaging the barbarians' camp, which, though to disburden themselves they had left much of their baggage at Damascus, was exceedingly rich. But Darius's tent, which was full of splendid furniture and quantities of gold and silver, they reserved for Alexander himself, who, after he had put off his arms, went to bathe himself, saying, "Let us now cleanse ourselves from the toils of war in the bath of Darius." "Not so," replied one of his followers, "but in Alexander's ladder, for the property of the conquered is and should be called the conqueror's." Here, when he beheld the bathing vessels, the water pots, the pans, and the ointment boxes, all of gold, curiously wrought, and smelt the fragrant odors with which the whole place was exquisitely perfumed, and from thence passed into a pavilion of great size and height, where the couches and tables and preparations for an entertainment were perfectly magnificent, he turned to those about him and said, "This, it seems, is royalty." But as he was going to supper, word was brought him that Darius's mother and wife and 2 unmarried daughters, being taken among the rest of the prisoners, upon the sight of his chariot and bow, were all in mourning and sorrow, imagining him to be dead. After a little pause, more livelily affected with their affliction than with his own success, he sent Leonatus to them to let them know Darius was not dead, and that they need not fear any harm from Alexander, who made war upon him only for the Mania. They should themselves be provided with everything they had been used to receive from Darius. This kind message could not but be very welcome to the captive ladies, especially being made good by actions no less humane and generous. For he gave them leave to bury whom they pleased of the Persians, and to make use for this purpose of what garments and furniture they thought fit out of the booty. He diminished nothing of their equipage or of the attentions and respect formerly paid them, and allowed larger pensions for their maintenance than they had before. Darius wrote him a letter and sent friends to intercede with him, requesting him to accept as a ransom of his captives the sum of 1,000 talents, and offering him in exchange for his amity and alliance all the countries on this side the river Euphrates, together with one of his daughters in marriage. These propositions he communicated to his friends, and when Parmenio told him that for his part, if he were Alexander, he should readily embrace them. "So would I," said Alexander, "if I were Parmenio." Accordingly, his answer to Darius was that if he would come and yield himself up into his power, he would treat him with all possible kindness. If not, he was resolved immediately to go himself and seek him. But the death of Darius's wife made him soon after regret one part of this answer, and he showed evident marks of grief at being thus deprived of a further opportunity of exercising his clemency and good nature, which he manifested, however, as far as he could, by giving her a most sumptuous funeral. Among the attendants who waited in the queen's chamber and were taken prisoners with the woman, there was one Tyreus, who, getting out of the camp, fled away on horseback to Darius to inform him of his wife's death. He, when he heard it, beating his head and bursting into tears and lamentations, said, "Alas, how great is the calamity of the Persians! Was it not enough that their king's consort and sister was a prisoner in her lifetime, but she must, now she is dead also, be but meanly and obscurely buried?" "O king," replied the attendant, "as to her funeral nights, or any respect or honor that should have been shown in them, you have not the least reason to accuse the ill fortune of your country. For to my knowledge, neither your queen Statira, when alive, nor your mother, nor children, wanted anything of their former happy condition, unless it were the light of your countenance, which I doubt not, but the Lord Oramasdes will yet restore to its former glory. And after her decease, I assure you, she had not only all due funeral ornaments, but was honored also with the tears of your very enemies. For Alexander is as gentle after victory as he is terrible in the field." Darius, breaking away from him into the other divisions of the tent, where his friends and courtiers were, lifted up his hands to heaven and uttered this prayer: "Ye gods," said he, "of my family and of my kingdom, if it be possible, I beseech you to restore the declining affairs of Persia, that I may leave them in as flourishing a condition as I found them, and have it in my power to make a grateful return to Alexander for the kindness which in my adversity he has shown to those who are dearest to me. But if indeed the fatal time be come, which is to give a period to the Persian monarchy, if our ruin be a debt that must be paid to the divine jealousy and the vicissitude of things, then I beseech you grant that no other man but Alexander may sit upon the throne of Cyrus. Such is the narrative given by the greater number of the historians. But to return to Alexander, after he had reduced all Asia on this side, the Euphrates, he advanced towards Darius, who was coming down against him with 1,000,000 of men. In his march, the very ridiculous passage happened. The servants who followed the camp, for sport's sake, divided themselves into 2 parties and named the commander of one of them Alexander and of the other Darius. At first they only pelted one another with clods of earth, but presently took to their feet, and at last, heated with their contention, they fought in good earnest with stones and clubs, so that they had much ado to part them, till Alexander, upon hearing of it, ordered the 2 captains to decide the quarrel by single combat, and armed him who bore his name himself, while Philotas did the same to him who represented Darius. The whole army were spectators of this encounter, willing from the event of it to derive an omen of their own future success. After they had fought stoutly a pretty long while, at last he who was called Alexander had the better, and for a reward of his prowess had 12 villages given him, with leave to wear the Persian dress. So we are told by Eratosthenes. But the great battle of all that was fought with Darius was not, as most writers tell us, at Arbela, but at Gaugamela, which in their language signifies the camel's house, forasmuch as one of their ancient kings, having escaped the pursuit of his enemies on a swift camel, in gratitude to his beast settled him at this place, with an allowance of certain villages and rents for his maintenance. It came to pass that in the month Biadromian, about the beginning of the Feast of Mysteries at Athens, there was an eclipse of the moon, the 11th night, after which, the 2 armies being now in view of one another, Darius kept his men in arms, and by torchlight took a general review of them. But Alexander, while his soldiers slept, spent the night before his tent with his diviner Aristander, performing certain mysterious ceremonies and sacrificing to the god Fear. In the meanwhile, the oldest of his commanders, and chiefly Parmenio, when they beheld all the plain between Euphrates and the Gordian mountains shining with the lights and fires which were made by the barbarians, and heard the uncertain and confused sound of voices out of their camp, like the distant roaring of a vast ocean, were so amazed at the thoughts of such a multitude that after some conference among themselves, they concluded it an enterprise too difficult and hazardous for them to engage so numerous an enemy in the day, and therefore, meeting the king as he came from sacrificing, besought him to attack Darius by night, that the darkness might conceal the danger of the ensuing battle. To this he gave them the celebrated answer, "I will not steal the victory," which though some at that time thought a boyish and inconsiderate speech, as if he played with danger, others, however, regarded as an evidence that he confided in his present condition and acted on a true judgment of the future, not wishing to leave Darius, in case he were worsted, the pretext of trying his fortune again, which he might suppose himself to have if he could impute his overthrow to the disadvantage of the night, as he did before to the mountains, the narrow passages, and the sea. For while he had such numerous forces and large dominions still remaining, it was not any want of men or arms that could induce him to give up the war, but only the loss of all courage and hope upon the conviction of an undeniable and manifest defeat. After they were gone from him with this answer, he laid himself down in his tent and slept the rest of the night more soundly than was usual with him, to the astonishment of the commanders, who came to him early in the morning and were fain themselves to give order that the soldiers should breakfast. But at last, time not giving them leave to wait any longer, Parmenio went to his bedside and called him twice or thrice by his name, till he waked him, and then asked him how it was possible, when he was to fight the most important battle of all, he could sleep as soundly as if he were already victorious. And are we not so indeed? Replied Alexander, smiling, since we are at last relieved from the trouble of wandering in pursuit of Darius through a wide and wasted country, hoping in vain that he would fight us. And not only before the battle, but in the height of the danger, he showed himself great, and manifested the self-possession of a just foresight and confidence. For the battle for some time fluctuated and was dubious. The left wing, where Parmenio commanded, was so impetuously charged by the Bactrian horse that it was disordered and forced to give ground at the same time that Mazius had sent a detachment round about to fall upon those who guarded the baggage, which so disturbed Parmenio that he sent messengers to acquaint Alexander that the camp and baggage would be all lost unless he immediately relieved the rear by a considerable reinforcement drawn out of the front. This message being brought him just as he was giving the signal to those about him for the onset, he bade them tell Parmenio that he must have surely lost the use of his reason, and had forgotten in his alarm that soldiers, if victorious, become masters of their enemies' baggage, and if defeated, instead of taking care of their wealth or their slaves, have nothing more to do but to fight gallantly and die with honor. When he had said this, he put on his helmet, having the rest of his arms on before he came out of his tent, which were a coat of the Sicilian make, girt close about him, and over that a breastpiece of thickly quilted linen, which was taken among other booty at the battle of Issus. The helmet, which was made by Theophilus, though of iron, was so well wrought and polished that it was as bright as the most refined silver. To this was fitted a gorget of the same metal, set with precious stones. His sword, which was the weapon he most used in fights, was given him by the king of the Scythians, and was of an admirable temper and lightness. The belt, which he also wore in all engagements, was of much richer workmanship than the rest of his armor. It was a work of the ancient Helicon, and had been presented to him by the Rhodians, as a mark of their respect to him. So long as he was engaged in drawing up his men, or riding about to give orders or directions, or to view them, he spared Bucephalus, who was now growing old, and made use of another horse. But when he was actually to fight, he sent for him again, and as soon as he was mounted, commenced the attack. He made the longest address that day to the Thessalians and other Greeks, who answered him with loud shouts, desiring him to lead them on against the barbarians, upon which he shifted his javelin into his left hand, and with his right lifted up toward heaven, besought the gods, as Callisthenes tells us, that if he was of Zeus, the son of Jupiter, they would be pleased to assist and strengthen the Grecians. At the same time, the ogre Aristander, who had a white mantle about him, and a crown of gold on his head, rode by and showed them an eagle that soared just over Alexander, and directed his flight towards the enemy, which so animated the beholders that after mutual encouragements and exhortations the horse charged at full speed, and were followed in a mass by the whole flanks of the foot. But before they could well come to blows with the first ranks, the barbarians shrunk back, and were hotly pursued by Alexander, who drove those that fled before him into the middle of the battle, where Darius himself was in person, whom he saw from a distance over the foremost ranks, conspicuous in the midst of his life guards, a tall and fine-looking man drawn in a lofty chariot, defended by an abundance of the best horse, who stood close in order about it, ready to receive the enemy. But Alexander's approach was so terrible, forcing those who gave back upon those who yet maintained their ground, that he beat down and dispersed them almost all. Only a few of the bravest and valiantest opposed the pursuit, who were slain in their king's presence, falling in heaps upon one another, and in the very pangs of death, striving to catch hold of the horses. Darius, now seeing all was lost, that those who were placed in front to defend him were broken and beat back upon him, that he could not turn or disengage his chariot without great difficulty, the wheels being clogged and entangled among the dead bodies which lay in such heaps as not only stopped but almost covered the horses, and made them rear and grow so unruly that the frightened charioteer could govern them no longer. In this extremity was glad to quit his chariot and his arms, and mounting, it is said, upon a mare that had been taken from her foal, betook himself to flight. But he had not escaped so either, if Parmenio had not sent fresh messengers to Alexander to desire him to return and assist him against the considerable body of the enemy which yet stood together and would not give ground. For indeed Parmenio is on all hands accused of having been sluggish and unserviceable in this battle, whether age had impaired his courage, or that, as Callisthenes says, he secretly disliked and envied Alexander's growing greatness.
Alexander, though he was not a little vexed to be so recalled and hindered from pursuing his victory, yet concealed the true reason from his men, and causing a retreat to be sounded, as if it were too late to continue the execution any longer, marched back towards the place of danger, and by the way met with the news of the enemy's total overthrow and flight.
This battle, being thus over, seemed to put a period to the Persian Empire, and Alexander, who was now proclaimed King of Asia, returned thanks to the gods in magnificent sacrifices, and rewarded his friends and followers with great sums of money and places and governments of provinces. He now set forth to seek Darius, expecting he should be put to the hazard of another battle, but Persia was taken and secured by Pisos, upon which news he sent home the Thessalians, and gave them a largesse of 2,000 talents over and above the pay that was due to them. This long and painful pursuit of Darius, for in 11 days he marched 3,300 furlongs, harassed his soldiers so that most of them were ready to give it up, chiefly for want of water. While they were in this distress, it happened that some Macedonians, who had fetched water in skins upon their mules from a river they had found out, came about noon to the place where Alexander was, and seeing him almost choked with thirst, presently filled an helmet and offered it him. He asked them to whom they were carrying the water. They told him to their children, adding that if his life were but saved, it was no matter for them. They should be able well enough to repair that loss, though they all perished. Then he took the helmet into his hands, and looking round about, when he saw all those who were near him stretching their heads out and looking earnestly after the drink, he returned it again with thanks without tasting a drop of it. For, said he, if I alone should drink, the rest will be out of heart. The soldiers no sooner took notice of his temperance and magnanimity upon this occasion, than they one and all cried out to him to lead them forward boldly, and began weeping on their horses. For whilst they had such a king, they say, they defied both weariness and thirst, looked upon themselves to be little less than immortal. But though they were all equally cheerful and willing, yet not above 80 horse were able, it is said, to keep up and to fall in with Alexander upon the enemy's camp. where they rode over abundance of gold and silver that lay scattered about, and passing by a great many chariots full of women that wandered here and there for want of drivers, they endeavored to overtake the first and those that fled in hopes to meet with Darius among them. And at last, after much trouble, they found him lying in a chariot, wounded all over with darts just at the point of death. However, he desired they would give him some drink, and when he had drunk a little cold water, he told Polystratus, who gave it him, that it had become the last extremity of his ill fortune to receive benefits and not be able to return them. But Alexander, said he, whose kindness to my mother, my wife, and my children I hope the gods will recompense, will doubtless thank you for your humanity to me. Tell him, therefore, in token of my acknowledgment, I gave him this right hand. With which words he took hold of Polystratus' hand and died. When Alexander came up to them, he showed manifest tokens of sorrow, and taking up his own cloak, threw it upon the body to cover it. And some time afterwards, when Bessos was taken, he ordered him to be torn in pieces in this manner. They fastened him to a couple of trees which were bound down so as to meet, and then being let loose, with a great force returned to their places, each of them carrying that part of the body along with it that was tied to it. Darius's body was laid in state and sent to his mother with pomp suitable to his quality. His brother Exaltres, Alexander received into the number of his intimate friends. End of section 66. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by Farnut Jahangir.
Promise which was kept to the letter. Some time later the wife of Darius died, and her conqueror buried her with ceremonies of the utmost magnificence. According to Plutarch, Alexander had never even looked upon her face, so that Veronese's painting is rather what might have been than what was. To attempt to make dress and other accessories those of the event portrayed was a thing which probably never entered the mind of a 16th-century painter, and therefore the costumes in this picture are by no means those of Alexander's day, but exhibit the fashions and gorgeousness of the Italian Renaissance. Paul Veronese, the painter of this picture, was a decorative painter of the highest rank. His delight was to portray men and women at luxurious banquets and in gorgeous costumes of pageantry. He was a fine draftsman and a narrative painter, that is, his pictures may be depended upon to tell stories and to portray upon the faces of the different characters their feelings and emotions. End of section 67. This recording is in the public domain.
His sceptre trembled in a hand, wilted with harine heats, and all the land was hovered over by those vulture ills that snuff decaying empire from afar. Then, with a nature balanced as a star, Dara arose, a shepherd of the hills. He who had governed fleecy subjects well, made his own village by the selfsame spell, secure and quiet as a guarded fold. Then, gathering strength by slow and wise degrees, under his sway, to neighbor villages order returned, and faith and justice old. Now when it fortuned that a king more wise endued the realm with brain and hands and eyes, he sought on every side men brave and just, and having heard our mountain shepherd's praise, how he refilled the mould of elder days, to Dara gave a satrapy and trust. So Dara shepherded a province wide, nor in his viceroy's sceptre took more pride than in his crook before. But envy finds more food in cities than on mountains bare, and the frank sun of nature's clear and rare breeds poisonous fogs in low and marish minds. Soon it was hissed into the royal ear that, though wise Dara's province, year by year, like a great sponge, sucked wealth and plenty up, yet when he squeezed it at the king's behest, some yellow drops, more rich than all the rest, went to the filling of his private cup. For proof, they said, that wheresoe'er he went, a chest, beneath whose weight the camel bent, went with him, and no mortal eye had seen what was therein, save only Dara's own. But when 'twas opened, all his tent was known to glow and lighten with heaped jewels' sheen. The king set forth for Dara's province straight. There, as was fit, outside the city's gate, the viceroy met him with a stately train, and there, with archers circled, close at hand, a camel with the chest was seen to stand. The king's brow reddened, for the guilt was plain. "Open me here," he cried, "this treasure chest." 'Twas done, and only a worn shepherd's vest was found therein. Some blushed and hung the head, not Dara. Open as the sky's blue roof he stood, and, "O my lord, behold the proof that I was faithful to my trust," he said. "To govern men, lo, all the spell I had. My soul in these rude garments ever clad, still to the unstained past kept true and leal. Still on these plains could breathe her mountain air, and fortune's heaviest gifts serenely bear, which bend men from their truth, and make them real. For ruling wisely I should have small skill, were I not lord of simple Dara still. That sceptre kept, I could not lose my way. Strange dew in royal eyes grew round and bright, and strained the throbbing lids. Before 'twas night, 2 added provinces blessed Dara's sway. End of section 68. This recording is in the public domain.
Elizabeth A. Reed. While Shah Mahmud was ruler of Persia, the idea occurred to him that it would be an excellent thing to have the history of his country put into verse. He tested the ability of various literary folk among his subjects, and at length decided that the poet Ferdowsi should be favored with the commission. Ferdowsi's poem is known as the Shahnameh, or Book of Kings. The editor. The celebrated poet Ferdowsi, whose true name was Abul Qasim, was a native of Tus, a city of Khorasan, and many happy hours of his boyhood were spent on the banks of the beautiful river that swept along its course near his home. But the rebellious waters occasionally flooded their banks, leaving ruin in their paths, and the dream of the young poet's life was the hope that someday he might command the means to build a suitable bridge over this turbulent stream, and also to confine its rising waters within banks of solid masonry. When therefore he received the royal commission to write the long Persian poem, he felt that this great public improvement was within his reach, and he gladly undertook the task. After several samples of his poem had been presented to the Shah, the Prime Minister was ordered to pay the poet 1,000 drachms of gold for every 1,000 couplets which he produced until the work was completed. A magnificent residence was erected for Ferdowsi near the palace of the king, and the best painters of the age were employed to cover the walls with the portraits of the kings and heroes, with paintings of battles and sieges, with the most imposing military scenes, and everything that could excite the martial valor and fire the imagination of the writer. The only member of the court with whom the poet was not upon friendly terms was the conceited prime minister who expected and generally received almost as much adulation from the court poets as the king himself. Ferdowsi refused to render him this servile homage, and not only so, but finally ignored him to such an extent that he would not go to his house to receive the payment of gold coin which became due upon the completion of each 1,000 couplets. The only reason he gave for this was that he preferred to receive the whole amount at once, and thereby be enabled to carry out his favorite project and build a bridge in his native city. All of these little exhibitions of animosity on the part of the poet combined to make him offensive to the vizier, and gave opportunities to other envious courtiers to cultivate the favor of the prime minister by flatteries of himself and curses upon the head of Ferdowsi. At the end of 30 years of hard work, the Shahnameh was completed, consisting of 60,000 couplets. The vizier then revenged himself upon the poet by misrepresenting the condition of the treasury to the king and urging upon him the absurdity of paying such an enormous price for a poem. He finally induced him to send to the poet 60,000 drachmas of silver instead of the gold which he had promised. Ferdowsi was coming out of his bath when the bags of silver arrived from the treasury, and learning the value of their contents, he contemptuously gave them away, giving recklessly and without judgment until the sum was exhausted. This insult to the Shah was duly reported and exaggerated by the prime minister, and while the monarch was furious with rage, the poet, at the suggestion of the vizier, was condemned to be trampled to death by elephants. His apartment, however, being close to the royal residence, he took advantage of that fact and threw himself at the king's feet, suing for pardon, and this was granted him upon the condition of his immediate departure from the city. Sick at heart and burning with indignation, he sought the apartment of the king's favorite attendant, Ayaz, who had always been a faithful friend to the bard. To him Ferdowsi related his story, and from him received the fullest sympathy. Here he wrote a bitter poetic invective against the Shah, and having sealed it up, requested Ayaz to deliver it to him after the poet's departure, and also to choose the time for doing so when some defeat had rendered the Shah more low-spirited than usual. This was in part. In Mahmud Shah we hope to find one virtue to redeem his mind. A mind no generous transports fail, to truth, to faith, to justice chill. Son of a slave, his diadem in vain may glow with many a gem. Exalted high in power and place, outbursts the meanness of his race. O Mahmud, thou fearest me not, heaven's vengeance will not be forgot. Shrink, tyrant, from my words of fire, and tremble at the poet's ire. The indignant and unfortunate bard escaped from Ghizni by night on foot and alone, for his friends dared not incur the enmity of the king by rendering him any assistance. Ayaz alone had the generous courage to brave the Shah's displeasure by aiding the refugee. He sent a trusty slave after him, who soon overtook him, and giving him a horse and a sum of money and other little comforts for his journey, besought him in the name of Ayaz to hasten out of the territory of Shah Mahmud if he valued his life. In the meantime, reports of the vizier's animosity and of the sultan's cowardice were spread all over the country, exciting universal detestation of the king and his minister. The accounts of the poet's misfortunes and the king's injustice reached Muhtashim, the prince of Kohistan, about the time the fugitive approached the seat of government. This prince was the dear friend of Shah Mahmud, and bound to him by ties of gratitude for countless favors, but he hesitated not to show his respect for genius, and he sent a deputation of learned and distinguished men to meet Ferdowsi and invite him to the royal presence. In the midst of this flattering and honorable reception, Muhtashim learned that the offended poet intended to publish a satirical work holding up to the detestation of the world the treachery of Mahmud, and he endeavored to dissuade him from this act of revenge, which he considered unworthy of the greatest literary genius of the age. The poet afterwards sent him 100 indignant couplets that the prince might destroy them himself. Ferdowsi stated in the letter sent with the lines that although he dreaded not the anger of Mahmud, still out of grateful friendship for the generous Muhtashim, he gave up the cutting rebuke. The closing paragraph states that, "On thy account, most amiable prince, do I now consent to transfer my just revenge from this vain world to a higher court." Muhtashim presented Ferdowsi with a goodly sum of money and forwarded him on his journey, fearful lest the Sultan's rage or the vizier's malice might overtake and ruin him. This proved to be a wise precaution, for the king had discovered the sarcastic epigram which Ferdowsi had written on the wall of the great mosque the night of his departure, and on the next day Ayaz delivered to the furious monarch the insulting letter which the poet had left with him for that purpose, and a large reward was offered for the apprehension of the fugitive. At length, however, the Sultan received a long letter from his friend Muhtashim, who related his meeting with Ferdowsi, now in his old age a penniless wanderer, after having devoted the best years of his life in the constant exercise of his great talents for the execution of his king's wishes, and gently reproached the Shah for allowing himself to be imposed upon by the evil advice of malicious courtiers. He also informed him of the forgiving spirit the poet had manifested in destroying his own brilliant satire, which was composed at the monarch's expense, and closed the letter by quoting the couplet which Ferdowsi had used in the letter to himself. The complaints from his subjects also began to come to the royal ears, and all of this, together with the reproaches of his own conscience, produced in his mind a strange combination of grief and rage, of indignation and regret. He disgraced the malicious vizier and fined him 60,000 drachmas of gold, the same amount which he had prevented him from paying to Ferdowsi, and deeply regretted his own injustice to the gifted bard. But still he could not forgive the cutting satire of the letter, which had taunted him with his low birth as being one of the causes of his cowardice and meanness. Ferdowsi was protected by the Arabian government, and after some years returned and lived with his family at Tus. But he was old, grieved, and broken down, and at last he died in his quiet home at the age of 83. In the meantime, Shah Mahmud, hearing of his return to Tus and anxious to render justice, though tardily, to the man he had wronged, sent an envoy with 60,000 drachmas of gold, together with quantities of silks, brocades, velvets, and other costly presents to Ferdowsi as a peace offering. But as the royal train of loaded camels entered one gate of the city, a mournful procession went out of another, and followed the dead poet to the place of his burial. The Shah's ambassadors offered the present intended for Ferdowsi to his only daughter, but she possessed her father's spirit, and haughtily dismissed the courtiers, rejecting their gifts with proud disdain. The Shah, wishing to make some offering to the memory of the departed poet, ordered the sum which had been intended for him to be expended in erecting a caravanserai and bridge in Tus, in accordance with Ferdowsi's lifelong ambition. These monuments of the poet's fame and of the king's tardy justice existed for many years, until destroyed by an invading army. End of section 69. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by Farnaz Jahangiri.
Naked, and I had not wherewithal to purchase a shoe. Entering the great mosque of Nufa, I saw there a man who had no feet. Then I converted my lament into gratitude and praise for the goodness of God, and bore my want of shoes with patience. 2. Feridun ordered his Chinese embroiderers to embroider around his pavilion. Thou who art of an understanding heart, be good to the wicked, for the good are great and happy of themselves. 3. I have heard that for a whole week no wayfarers had come to claim the hospitality of the friend of God, Abraham. From a cheerful habit he would not eat his morning meal unless some necessitous traveller arrived on his journey. He went out and looked on every side, and surveyed every point of the valley. He saw only, like a reed in the desert, one solitary man whose hair was white with the snows of age. He addressed him with a courteous welcome, and gave him an invitation after the custom of the liberal. "Oh, dear to me is the apple of mine eye. Do me the kindness to eat of my bread and of my salt." Gladly he assented, leaped up, and quickened his step, for he knew the character of the inviter, on whom be peace. They who ministered to the hospitality of the friend of God seated the poor old man in the seat of honor. He commanded, and they prepared the table, and his companions placed themselves around it. But when the company began, "In the name of God," no voice from the old man reached the ear. Then he said, "O thou that hast seen many days, I perceive that thou art not pious and earnest as an old man should be. Is it not proper, when thou eatest thy daily bread, to name the name of the Lord who gave it?" He replied, "I have not followed thy way, for I was never taught it by the priest of the fire worshippers." Then the prophet of good omen knew that the old man was an infidel, doomed to perdition. And when he found him to be an alien, he assailed him with contumelies as a wicked wretch too unholy to consort with the holy. Then came an angel from the Creator, who reproved him sternly, saying, "I have bestowed upon him life and daily food for 100 years, and is he become to thee an abomination in a single day? If he hath offered up his adoration before fire, art thou therefore to withdraw from him the hand of benevolence?" 4. I have heard that an old man on a pilgrimage to the holy place at each step made 2 head bowings in prayer. So warmly was he pursuing his path towards God that he paused not to pluck out a thorn from his foot. At last, through the temptations of his treacherous heart, his acts appeared so praiseworthy in his own sight that through the machinations of the evil one he was well nigh falling into the pit, persuading himself that he could not by any possibility walk on any road preferable to this, and had the mercy of God not intervened, his vain glory would have hurried him on to destruction. But his good genius in an inaudible voice whispered to him, "O happy and fortune-favored man, think not that because thou hast discharged the service of prayer thou hast brought into this court a graceful free-will offering. To give peace to a single heart by a kindly act is worth more than 1,000 head bowings in prayer." 5. I have heard that King Togrul came in his rounds on a Hindu sentinel. The snow was falling thick, and it rained in torrents, and he shivered with the cold like the star Canopus. The heart of the king was moved with compassion, and he said, "Thou shalt put on my fur mantle. Wait a moment at the end of the terrace, and I will send it out by the hand of a slave." Meanwhile a piercing wind was blowing, and the king walked into his royal hall. There the sight of a lovely lady so enchanted him that the poor sentinel entirely slipped his memory. As though the wintry cold was not suffering enough, to his evil fortune were added the pangs of disappointment. End of section 70. Recording by Philip Gould.
Before his death in 1907. Both Russia and England are interested in Persia, the former because of Persia's power over the Caspian Sea, the latter because Persia lies on the way to the English possessions in India. By the Anglo-Russian Agreement of 1907, the Russian sphere of influence was limited to the northern part of the country, the British to the southeastern. Both powers agreed not to seek either political or commercial concessions beyond these districts, and to respect the independence of the country. End of section 71. This recording is in the public domain.
Unlike his brothers, who are nothing if not volatile in their attitude to study, Bahram Mirza possesses powers of concentration which, savouring as they do of the uncanny, have been the means of developing in him a memory of remarkable tenacity. The first novel he ever read was a French translation of The Captain of the Vulture by Miss Braddon. This book had been given him by the Zulus' Sultan, in order that the lad might while away his leisure hours in the harem by putting the gist of it into Persian, and be the means of hastening his father's post-prandial nap by reading the translation aloud after tiffin. To that blessed consummation, in fact, each boy had been made the present of a book, Feridun Mirza being the most backward, receiving the most difficult work, Baudelaire's admirable translation of Edgar Allan Poe's Tales, of which more anon. When Bahram Mirza had finished his holiday task, I called in doubt the thoroughness of his work, in order to test his knowledge of Miss Braddon's closely woven plot. "Ah!" cried Bahram triumphantly, cocking his head over the left shoulder and closing the right eye. "There I waited for you, monsieur. It is true that this is the first Varango story I ever read, but it shall not be the last. His Highness is very pleased with Miss Braddon's work. Would you believe it, monsieur? His Highness could not sleep after Nahar, lunch, today. And as for me, she kept me awake all night. I was reading. "Ah," I retorted, "there I waited for you, my boy. What can you possibly know about the book?" "I will tell you the tale, monsieur, if you will listen." "All right," I replied, forearming myself against disappointment by expecting nothing save a blunt, bare outline of the plot. "Begin." Bahram Mirza was on his mettle. He made an excellent start. First he told me the title of the opening chapter. Then he related the incidents in an interesting narrative style. "That is the end of chapter 1, he said. "Shall I go on, monsieur?" "If you can," I replied. He repeated the performance, after which he waited for the applause. "Did you skip chapter 3?" I asked. The story took a third jump forward. "Not so bad." This from his tutor. Bahram Mirza was nettled. "Am I boring, monsieur?" said he. Get along, I replied, feigning impatience. Chapter 4 contributed its quota to the plot. "I lay odds that the next chapter is a blank," I cried. Not a bit of it. The contents of every single chapter in the book had been, as it were, pigeonholed in the recesses of that tenacious memory of his, a tour de force all the more remarkable because no such task had been set him either by the prince or by me. "Are you pleased with me, sir?" he asked in English, after telling the story from beginning to end. "You have paid Miss Braddon a marked compliment," I replied. "She deserved it," was Bahram's courteous rejoinder. I next turned to Feridun Mirza. "How are you getting on with Baudelaire's translation of Poe?" I asked. "I cannot understand his French, monsieur," he replied. "It is too difficult for me." "If I put The Fall of the House of Usher into simple French, could you translate the tale into Persian?" "Mais oui, monsieur," cried Feridun Mirza, who is a born storyteller, and would make an entertaining dervish. His interest in the subject encouraged me to do my best to cheat the zeal of his customary siesta after tiffin. After I had put the story into simple words, paragraph by paragraph, and had pointed out the writer's skill in kindling in the reader an ever-increasing dread of the approaching doom, Feridun lending both his ears to my remarks, I made him sit down and throw off his impression at a heat under an instinctive rather than technical guidance. His version of the story was an unqualified success. The siesta over, he came rushing into my study, followed by his special attendant. 10 tumans, he cried. His Highness gave me 10 tumans for the story, and did not close an eye. Thank you, monsieur, thank you. Tomorrow, I returned, you shall tell his Highness the tale of the black cat. I am busy. Goodbye. Thank you, monsieur. I will do even better tomorrow, that his Highness may make me a present of 15 tumans. And the lad, so saying, went back to the harem, dreaming, no doubt, of the coveted reward. The reward, however, remained a dream. "What?" I said, 2 days later. "Do you mean to say that his Highness gave you nothing? How was that?" "Well, monsieur," replied Feridun Mirza, "when I was in the middle of the story, his Highness, who had eaten a bowl of pilaw and a dish of chilaw, and had drunk a lot of cold tea, gave a loud snore. How he snores, monsieur! It is terrible to hear. "Cold tea!" I exclaimed. "Eh oui, monsieur." Feridun was delighted at my bewilderment. "Cold tea is better for the teeth." Akbar Mirza, flinging back his head, burst into a sudden roar of laughter, and I cuffed his head for him. "When a Persian takes upon himself the shame of wine," he explained, rubbing his impudent face, "he says he has been eating nightingale's flesh or drinking cold tea. You see now. Yes, sir? The Murder in the Rue Morgue, then, versus cold tea. That shall be our next match. I lay odds on the cold tea as a soporific." "And so do I, monsieur," said Feridun Mirza, in a voice of funereal depression. It was plain that his heart, dashed by his recent disappointment, was no longer in the work. "It is fortunate," he said, upon our translating the third story, "that His Highness is very sleepy now after his nahar." "Why fortunate?" I asked. Feridun Mirza looked uncommonly knowing. "Because," he replied significantly. I had to content myself with the explanation. The next day came. "Did you have any success with your recital of the Murder in the Rue Morgue?" I said to him. "None at all, monsieur." "I am sorry, my boy." "Oh, it doesn't matter so much now, monsieur." "Shall I help you with the fourth story?" "No, thank you, monsieur. I think I can manage by myself now." "You are getting more used to the style, I suppose." "That is one reason, monsieur, but I hope His Highness isn't." "Isn't what?" "Getting used to the style also, monsieur." The second reason was long in revealing itself, and in the end it was an accident that enlightened my fatuous obtuseness. Many days wore away. Whenever it occurred to me to ask Feridun Mirza how he was getting on with his stories, I received the same reply. "Very well, thank you, monsieur. His Highness always falls asleep as soon as I begin." "Do you need any help in your work?" I would ask. "No, thank you, monsieur," he would reply. "I get along now all by myself, and His Highness is always very sleepy after eating." But at the end of the month, much to my surprise, he came into class and begged me to lend him my assistance. His face wore a crestfallen expression. When I asked him, in all innocence, which of the tales remained to be translated, his face took on a more dejected look than ever. "His Highness is very wide awake now," he remarked at last. "Don't parry the question. Frankness is the best policy." "Well, monsieur, I have done The Fall of the House of Usher, and The Black Cat, monsieur, and The Murder in the Rue Morgue, and—" He raised his eyes to mine, taking the measure of my mood, then turned a trifle pale as to the gills. "And what else?" Feridun's eyes fell. "And His Highness is tired of them, sir, and wants something new," he replied at last, all in a breath. Akbar Mirza, chucking back his head, burst into that characteristic laugh of his, guileless, fresh, and hearty. "His Highness is very wide awake," he cried in a convulsion of mirth. "His Highness wants something new." What I said was, "Ah!" What I did was to reach out for the whip. "Monsieur," said Feridun Mirza in a plaintive voice, "I will tell you the truth. When I told His Highness the story of the fall of the House of Usher, he was very pleased, and gave me 10 tumans. But when I told him the tale of the Black Cat, which I had translated ever so much better, he fell asleep, and so I lost my present. But notwithstanding my disappointment, I persevered, thank Allah, and next day I recited The Murder in the Rue Morgue. Then, when His Highness fell asleep yet a second time, the devil came and tempted me, saying, 'You have translated 3 stories, 2 of which His Highness has not heard, all through his falling asleep. Why should you translate any more? All you need to do will be to repeat the stories over and over again in turn.' And that is what I did do, sir, keeping The Fall of the House of Usher for Mondays and Thursdays, and The Black Cat for Tuesdays and Fridays, and The murder in the Rue Morgue for Wednesdays and Saturdays. And that is the whole truth, monsieur. And it was the devil who told me to do it. Then you must be the devil's whipping boy, I replied. Come and receive your punishment like a man. But, monsieur, His Highness gave me the sticks when he found me out. Feridun's voice pleaded that enough was as good as a feast. I laid aside the whip. And how did His Highness find you out? I asked. Well, monsieur, said Feridun, returning my forbearance by telling the truth, I made a little mistake. When I was in the middle of the Black Cat, His Highness, who had every appearance of being asleep, opened his eyes all on a sudden and said to me, You read that story yesterday. Then I knew that I had put the wrong story into my pocket. It was a Wednesday, the most unlucky day in the week, so I begged pardon of His Highness, and went and fetched The Murder in the Rue Morgue, which I began to translate, when His Highness woke up again and said, I want something new. Then, the devil tempting me yet a second time, for was it not a Wednesday, I fell to reading the story of the fall of the House of Usher, and this I did to pacify His Highness, who had been much pleased with the story. Monsieur will judge of my consternation when I tell him that His Highness, now wide awake, seized me by the ankle and gave me 6 strokes of his cane on the soles of my feet, saying that the story had given him the cabus, nightmare, 6 times at least. The unexpected climax threw Akbar Mirza into a second fit of laughter. Feridun Mirza, Prince Fortunate, is not an angel after all, he cried, ready to burst his sides with merriment. Neither is he made of musk and of amber, said Humayun Mirza, in a stage recitative. He is famous because he is liberal and just, said Bahram Mirza, smiling a grave, ironic smile. Let us practice justice and liberality, then, sang out Akbar Mirza, to the end that we may become even as Feridun Mirza. That was the advice that I was about to give you, said the impenitent sinner. In fact, I should have used the selfsame words. Then the 2 lads, having brought the tips of their fingers together, raised them to their lips, and from the lips to their foreheads, as a token that their thoughts had jumped together. End of section 72. This recording is in the public domain.
Bahram Mirza, Feridun Mirza, and Humayun Mirza brought me theirs at once, but Akbar Mirza, glancing at me furtively out of the tail of his eye, began to make excuse, saying, I cannot find my mark book anywhere, sir. It must be lost, I think. There is no denying the fact that your marks have been mostly minus qualities of late, I said dryly. Akbar Mirza's cheeks took on a nectarine flush. May I eat dirt if I was afraid of your showing the book to His Highness, he said all in a breath, replying to the tone of my remark, as is the way of boys in the East, as in the West. That being the case, I must insist upon your finding it. If it is not here, it might be in the Anderun. Go and look. It is not in this room, sir. Is it in the Anderun? I don't know, sir. We'll go and look. Sir, His Highness will be angry with me if— My dear boy, I cannot possibly take the prince's anger into consideration. The book must be found. I will not have you in the class until it is forthcoming. Off you go. In half an hour's time he came back. The book? I have sought, but I have not found it, sir. Begone. Sir, His Highness will be in the Anderun now. Please excuse me, sir. Akbar Mirza, you have not told me a single untruth in all the months we have worked together. I believe you to be absolutely truthful. Be frank now. Have you destroyed the book? No, sir, by the head of His Highness. Then the mark book must be somewhere. Go and look for it again. The next day I asked him the same questions, and received the same replies, with this result for Akbar Mirza, that he was again banished from the precincts of Chahil Sutun. The light dawned upon the 3rd day, but not upon the whereabouts of the missing book, nor upon the release of the prisoner on parole. On the 4th morning, however, he entered the classroom, and flung himself upon my mercy, with characteristic frankness. "Sahib," he said, "you are the master? My ear is in your hand. I am your slave. May I also be your sacrifice. The mark book is not lost. It is destroyed. It was I who tore it in pieces." The giving of alms, Akbar Mirza, is, as you know, specially recommended by Muhammad. I am glad that you have appeased your conscience at last. Humayun Mirza was right when he said that to tell the truth is to give alms to one's conscience. Sit down. He obeyed, looking extremely crestfallen. "Don't be downhearted, my boy. Cheer up. All is forgiven and forgotten." "I am your sacrifice, sir," he replied. "Upon my life, that is exactly what you look like," said I. "For goodness sake, try and wear a more cheerful expression. Is it my fault that you haven't a single mark to your name?" "That is not the reason that I am sad, sir." "Is it not? What is the reason, then?" "God knows," he replied. "Undoubtedly, but won't you enlighten me?" "I like better not to say, sir." "Of course, I cannot insist upon you confiding your trouble to me, but I do not like to see you so woebegone. Have you forgotten how to smile?" Akbar Mirza, making a manful effort, summoned so livid a smile from the depths of his misery that I implored him to weep outright and have done with it. Much to my surprise, he took me at my word and burst into tears. I went home, meditating. The next time I saw him, he was his own man again, and so I dismissed the whole matter from my mind. But one day, some 3 or 4 months afterwards, when I was setting the bookshelves in order, I came across Akbar Mirza's mark book, hidden behind a row of the Student's Modern Europe. I turned round and faced the class. "What is the matter, sir?" asked Bahram Mirza. "You look as if you have seen a ghost." "Precisely," I replied. "I have just seen the ghost of a book that departed this life some 3, or was it 4 months ago? The strange thing is that it is not in bits, as the ghost of a book should be, but has every appearance of being fit to serve a useful purpose for some months to come. I wonder whether Akbar Mirza will recognize it or not. Here it is," and I set it on the desk in front of him. "It is my mark book," said he. "Which you destroyed," I added. "It is—" He paused, overcome by prescience. "A miracle, Akbar Mirza?" "No, sir. It is the first lie I ever told you. That is why I was sad when I told it. Did I not weep, sir?" Then I recalled his expression of unutterable misery. "Yes, I remember now. But why, having told the truth in the first instance, did you not stick to it?" "I will tell you, sir. It was like this. I had lost the book, and could not find it anywhere, and you would not give me any lessons until I had found it. All this I told to His Highness when he asked me why I was absent from school. And my mother, who was present, said to me, 'You have told the truth, but the Sahib will not teach you until you have found the book. The truth has served you ill beyond a doubt. Now, if you would say that you had destroyed the book, the Sahib might give you the sticks, perhaps, but he would certainly give you your lessons.' And His Highness said, 'By my eyes, it would be wise to take your mother's advice.' And I replied, saying, 'But the Sahib likes me to tell the truth. Since the book is not destroyed, he might find it. Would it be wise, therefore, to say that I had torn it in pieces?' And this I said on the second day, and His Highness said to me, 'Are you telling me the truth now?' And I said, 'Yes, may I be your sacrifice.' And His Highness said, 'I hope you will find the book soon.' But I could not find it, try as I would. And then on the third day, all of the ladies of the Andaroon said to me, 'Why don't you tell the Sahib that you destroyed the book? You must be a very silly boy to preserve in the truth when it serves you so ill. Be wiser tomorrow than you have been today.' And so I came to you next morning and told you the lie. I was sad then, and I am sorry now." And there was a pause, and a silence so deep that one could hear Akbar's heart beating like a clock. said Bahram Mirza. I wonder what the Sahib will do. It is a very interesting situation. Akbar Mirza is not so much to blame as the women, is he, Mozi mon ami? Said Humayun Mirza. And the Sahib cannot give them the sticks, Feridun Mirza added. Silence, boys, let me think. And so saying, I struck a match. He is going to smoke, Humayun Mirza whispered. His voice was pitched in the key of a Gregorian chant. He was right. When I had finished my pipe, I unburdened my completed reflection in the matter by saying, There is no thoroughfare. The incident is closed. There's nothing more to be said. To business now. Bahram Mirza, stand up. I will tell you when you may sit down again. Bahram Mirza smiled, but my conscience would not keep silent, and well he knew it too. Sit down, boy, said I at last, tired of the unequal struggle, whereat the rogue smiled more eloquently than ever. End of section 73. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kevin Stewart. My hand by post was, What are you having to eat at your end of the world? And I was rated soundly by my friends because of my remissness in not making epistolary capital out of my culinary experiences. I excused myself then by pleading the impossibility of paying a literary tribute to my food, since I had fallen into the Persian habit of taking a nap after tiffin, and of going to bed as soon as I had discussed my supper. And surely, I added, you would not expect me to wax eloquent on an aftertaste. But the excuse was flung indignantly back to me. The truth is, when we Ferengis are grown accustomed to the Persian life, we do not think it worth the effort to give shape and color to our impressions by putting pen to paper. It is more comfortable to rejoice inwardly that our balance, amid the topsy-turvydom of our surroundings, has been restored by the kindly hand of custom. We prefer to chew the cud of meditation, as the Persians do, and we will, until the end of our stay, be warned to evade the enthusiasm that would spur us into correspondence. For when a Ferengi catches the Oriental fever, his gusto for writing is speedily swallowed by a yawning figure of interrogation leaping over its own full stop. Now the daily round, so long as I was content to abide within the court circle, kept pace with the sun. I would rise at 6, take a header into the tank, drink a cup of tea without milk, and be ready at 7 to saunter to school in the divan cane, preceded by my 2 soldiers bearing the books and writing materials. These would be laid aside at midday, when the Persians take to themselves the nahar, the first substantial meal of the day. Mine, during the 6 weeks in which I was the Zelu Sultan's guest, was brought over to me from his cooking house, on an immense tray of brass, covered over with a cloth of brilliant design in purple and gold. The average number of courses, all served at once, was 15. Among these, there were always a dozen poached eggs on a china dish, a basin of abgusht, or mutton broth, under a layer of yellow oil, a platter containing a pilaw of boiled rice flavored with orange juice or mixed with currants, a more substantial pilaw mixed with stewed meat, and a lamb kebab on a wooden skewer, folded in a sheet of pebble bread to keep it warm. The bread derives its name from the sloping back of pebbles within the oven on which are set the flat cakes of dough. The entrees consist of one rich koresh, curry, of flesh, and another of fowl, to be eaten with the chilaw, or plain boiled rice, of which there were 2 white pyramids on plates. For dessert I had peaches as big as coconuts, grapes as big as English plums, several kinds of melon, for the growth of which Isfahan is famous, and delectable dates from the Persian Gulf, stowed away in the rind of a melon. A bowl of delicious sherbet, composed of pomegranate juice, split with iced sugar and water, and served with a beautifully carved pear wood spoon from Abaid, and an uncorked bottle of Shiraz wine, with a purple aster stuck in the neck by way of a stopper, were the beverages laid before me. Last of all was a basin of mast kayar, curds and cucumbers, a favorite dish with the Persians, that would be eaten at the end of the repast and digested in the arms of Morpheus. For the slight thirst it excites, as the uninitiated have learned from internal evidence, should not be made an excuse for the glass. The thirst will pass away in sleep, provided the sherbet and the wine be left alone. To quaff of the fragrant cups would be to set the curds and cucumbers a squabbling and a swelling to the visible discomfort of the inner man. The Zailu's sultan's servant, having deposited the tray on the floor, would say to me, "Nish-ai janbad," may it be sweet to your soul. Then he would withdraw, leaving my road servant Sadiq to lay the cloth. In the place of a table there was the floor. The 5 fingers of my right hand did duty for knives and forks, and as for the plates, behold a plentiful supply of pebble bread in thin sheets, one on top of the other. First, Sadiq would spread over the carpet a square of oilcloth, atop of which he would lay a gaudy strip of chintz, setting each dish where it belonged. The place of honor at the head of the tablecloth, facing the door, where the master of the house sits, is occupied by the 2 dishes of pilaw. Opposite to them, at the other end, rise the 2 pyramids of white chilaw. The bowl of sherbet with the spoon floating in it stands in the middle, and the ragouts and fruits are placed at the extreme corners, facing one another diagonally. In the family circle, the father, having rolled up his sleeves and squatted himself on his knees and heels, helps himself first. Then he passes the spoon, the dish remaining stationary, to his wife at his right hand, and she serves herself and her children in the order of seniority. The mode of consuming the rice, from time immemorial, is to get as much of it as possible in the fork of the forefinger and thumb pressed closely together, cramming it into the mouth by means of the latter. And the best way of eating the spicy ragout is to roll it up, bit by bit, in a morsel of pebble bread, which, being as it is of the consistency of pancake, neither crumbles nor breaks in the process. The cooking of the rice is beyond all praise. The best Parisian chef could not prepare it half so well. The chilaw, in particular, is a triumph. Every single grain of it is separate. So dry is it on the outside, but inside it is full of juice. The pilaw has a singularly sobering effect upon the diners, and can scarcely be said to be conducive to conversation. Indeed, the Persians must do all of their talking immediately before meals. The yellow weeping of the Shiraz vine has the smack of old sherry, and at its prime is exceedingly dry, fruity, and inspiring. As everybody keeps silent, the meal, notwithstanding the enormous consumption of food, is all over within 20 minutes, and ends with the washing of hands by pouring water over them from a brass ewer into a brass bowl, after which mouths are rinsed, sleeves rolled down, and then a pipe of tobacco is smoked, and slumber won, in the summer-time at least, without much wooing of the drowsy god. I had no scruples about following the customs of the country in these particulars, and I persevered in the endeavor to gain proficiency in the Persian method of dining, until I had wrung from the powers that be the necessities of an English dinner-table. The desire to continue in the habit died with the necessity of doing so. After the postprandial drowsiness had yielded to a siesta and a cold tub, I would dress myself in clean linen and white flannels, and while away the hours between 3 o'clock and sundown, first by drilling the young princes, and next by entertaining my guest, or by paying visits to my friends. The meal that brings the day to a close is called sham. It is served about 2 hours after sunset, and consists of the same viands as the nahar, and in almost equal abundance. I owe it to my reputation to assure the reader that the food provided for me was not the measure of my appetite, but that of the prince's hospitality, on which a squad of soldiers might have fared not wisely, but too well. End of section 74. This recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Kevin Stewart.
country where the women are habitually veiled, and a glimpse even of a lady's face is seldom to be got, save by a stratagem or by what is considered immodest, the raising of the corner of her veil by the lady herself. Shrouded as she is from head to foot in an immense sheet of blue, 2 yards square, a yet further precaution must be taken. Over all this is placed a ruband or veil, no transparent or flimsy device, as in our own lace fall, or the thin and gauzy yashmak of the Turkish belle, serviceable alike to triumphant and to fading beauty. The ruband is a piece of white
calico
or cambric, a yard long, which hangs down like a long mask in front of the Persian woman's face when clad in her hideous and purposely unbecoming outdoor costume, which costume, sad to say, is also an impenetrable disguise. In it all women are alike. An aperture 4 inches long, running transversely across the eyes, enables the Persian lady to see her way, and little more, for even this aperture is covered by elaborate and curious embroidery, between the threads of which she can only peep. But the Persian belle will yet find a way of rewarding an admirer with a glance, and thus the marriages so carefully brought about by parents and relatives are not infrequently the result of predilections slyly manifested. The outdoor dress, being a disguise, cuts both ways, and the intrigante amuses herself with impunity. Certain marriages take place because in the eyes of the Orientals they are natural ones, such as the union of first cousins. The children have been like brothers and sisters from the cradle, and they are married as a matter of course. It is their fate, and they submit to it. But outside these marriages of custom, and far more numerous than the marriages of predilection to which we have referred, are the marriages usually arranged by brokers. These brokers are all women who always keep themselves in a position to quote the state of the marriage market, which fluctuates. In hard times, even girls of good appearance are comparatively a drug. In time of plenty, they rule firm. The marriage broker is ever a welcome guest where there are daughters to marry, and also in houses where the sons wish to find a suitable bride. The young people are not consulted by the broker. She deals with the parents and generally with the mothers. Crafty as a horse dealer, she runs glibly over the various advantages, mental, physical, and pecuniary, of her clientele of both sexes. So-and-so is a steady, quiet man. Such an one has brilliant prospects, has important consideration, no other wife. As for Yusuf, how good-looking he is, and Hassan, no man was ever so good-tempered. Of the other sex she sings the praises, no less, the skill of Beeb as a housekeeper, the wealth of the ugly daughter of the banker, the dangerous charms of the portionless Zuleikha she can never say too much about.
Her main business is to bargain for the sum to be paid to the father for his daughter's hand,
a sum which is usually expended by that father in pots and pans, all of copper, and other utensils, which he presents to his child as her separate property. The details being settled after much haggling, the young people are engaged, and the marriage broker gets her commission from both the parents of the bridegroom and those of the bride-elect. Among the poor and laboring classes, the bargain is arranged on other grounds. The peasant takes a wife for her thews and sinews, or her skill at weaving carpets or making cheese, while the bridegroom is or is not eligible according as he may be capable of hard work, or may hold some small office, or have a bit of land or a shop. Here the marriage broker is generally an amateur who conducts the negotiations purely from that love of matchmaking which is such a blessing to the world. The act or marriage contract is simply a legal form, but it is marriage and not betrothal. A few friends are invited. The bride, perhaps a child of 10, is seated in a room with her parents and relations. over the door hangs the usual curtain, or if the ceremony takes place in one room or in the open air, the women are all veiled. At the other side of the curtain is an outer room, or in the open air are the male guests, and here squats the mullah or priest of the quarter, who now drones out in a monotonous voice the marriage contract which has been previously drawn up by him. It is agreed between Hassan the draper, who is Wakil, agent for Hussein, the son of the baker, that he, Hussein, hereby acknowledges the receipt of the portion of Nisa, the daughter of Ahmed the grocer. Here follows a list of the property of the bride in lands, money, houses, cattle, dresses, furniture, carpets, pots, pans, and so on. Always a copy of the Quran and a certain weight of sewing silk are mentioned. This detailed account of her property constituting the woman's separate estate, her husband merely holds in trust during their life together. At death or divorce, it goes back again to herself or her heirs, and it is this mehr or separate estate that renders secure the otherwise precarious position of the Eastern wife in the polygamous country. For the various things enumerated, though acknowledged by the husband as received, may only exist on paper. Still he has acknowledged them, and if he wished to put away his wife, or if they separate by consent, he is bound to refund the mehr of which he has legally acknowledged the receipt, or to obtain her legal discharge for the same. And, constitutes the mullah, he acknowledges the receipt of the aforesaid mehr. Then follows a hum of delight at the extent of the lady's property. You, Hassan, how do you say as Wakil for Hussein? Is this so? Yes, yes, I agree, mumbles Hassan. And you, Ahmed, do you give your daughter Lady Nisa to be the wife of Lord Hussein? Yes, yes, I agree, replies Ahmed the grocer. And you, Lady Nisa, are you there? Yes, yes, she is here, Mullah, replies a chorus of women from behind the curtain. And you agree, Lady Nisa? Here there is a giggle from the child bride. Yes, yes, she agrees, comes in a triumphant chorus from the women. Then, says the Mullah solemnly, in the name of God, the compassionate, the merciful, and of Muhammad, the prophet of God, I declare you, Lord Hussein, and you, Lady Nisa, to be man and wife. Here the mullah puts his stamp of seal to the document. The various parties seal it too. It is carefully witnessed and formally completed. The mullah receives his fee of a few shillings. And then, and not till then, he hands over the document, her settlement and marriage lines in one, to the agent of the bride or to her father. The legal ceremony is over. The young people are married fast as the Mohammedan law can bind, and theoretically as yet they have never seen each other's face. But really Hussein has had many of the glimpses of the fair Nisa. Her mother has often allowed him to see her child from behind a curtain or a cupboard door. All this is understood, and the young people are now legally married. The wedding, as distinct from the espousals, may take place the same evening, in a week or months, or not for years, according to the age, rank, or circumstances of the bride and bridegroom. Men and women feast separately, and after many water pipes have been smoked, many pounds of sweetmeats consumed, and a plentiful banquet has been disposed of, the guests separate. All promise to be present at the actual wedding. No music, no rejoicings, nothing but what we have described is seen at the ceremony we have detailed. From an early hour in the morning of an arusi or wedding, I speak of a wedding in the middle ranks of life, there has been considerable bustle in the house of the bride's father. The house has been literally swept and garnished. Carpets have been borrowed, and rooms that at other times are unused and empty are now furnished and decorated with flowers. The poor are standing in a crowd at the outer door, sure of being plentifully regaled. The outer court has been got ready for the men. Vases of flowers are placed in rows at all the open windows, and in every recess 30 or 40 pounds of tobacco has been prepared by pounding and moistening for smoking. The courtyard is freshly watered. If it be a calm day, and spring and summer days in Persia are always free from wind, rose leaves and sprinkle on the surface of the water of the raised tank in the center of the courtyard, so as to form the word Bismillah, in the name of God, the pious welcome of the Mussulman. Similar preparations, but on a larger scale, have been made in the Andarun, that handsomer and larger courtyard which contains the women's quarters. In this courtyard, the negresses may be seen busily engaged in the kitchen preparing the breakfast for perhaps 100 guests, and the visitors will stop all day, only leaving to escort the bride to the home of her new husband, whither she will go after dark. Large samovars or Russian urns, which are in use in every Persian house, are hissing like small steam engines ready to furnish tea for the guests on their arrival. Not our idea of tea, but a pale infusion sweetened to the consistency of syrup, from the center of each cup of which will project a little island of superfluous sugar. The sherbet dar, too, is preparing in his own special den immense quantities of ices and sherbets, and these ices will be served from china bowls, and each ice will be the size and shape of a fair-sized sugar loaf. As for the sherbets, a delicately scented and sweetened fruit syrup dissolved in water and with lumps of ice floating in the clear and various colored fluids, they will be supplied in gallons. Orange sherbets, lemons, pomegranates, rosewater, cherry, quince, and an endless further variety of these refreshing drinks will be offered to the thirsty guests. And now come the musicians in two bands, the Mussulmans and the Jews, the latter a ragged and motley crew, but more skillful than their better-clad rivals. They carry with them their strange old-world instruments, and soon establish themselves in a corner of either courtyard. They too partake of tea, and then they prepare to strike up. Noticeable among the Mussulman musicians is the dohol player and his instrument. It is a species of big drum only used at weddings, and once heard, the awful resonant roar it makes can never be forgotten. All is ready. The master of the house, dressed in his best, gives a last anxious glance at the preparations and has an excited discussion with his wife or wives. He waves his hand to the musicians and hurries to a seat near the door to be ready to welcome his guests. The music strikes up a merry tune. It is really an air, barbaric but inspiring. The tremendous strain of the dohol is heard at intervals. Then in a loud scream rises the voice of the principal solo singer, who commences one of the sad love songs of Persia in a high falsetto voice. His face reddens with his exertions, which last through a dozen verses. His eyes nearly start from his head, the muscles of his neck stand out like ropes, but he keeps correct time on the big tambourine, which he plays with consummate skill. The rest of the musicians watch his every movement, and all join in the chorus of Ah Layla Layla, you have made roast meat of my heart. The music is the signal to the invited guests. They now commence to arrive in crowds. The music and singing proceed and go on unceasingly till the bride leaves for her husband's home some 10 hours after the artists begin. As the guests pour in, the host receives them with transports of pleasure. All the extravagant compliments of Eastern politeness pass between them. May your wedding be fortunate. You are indeed welcome. This is a never to be forgotten honor to me, your slave. In their power, the men in their best, the women closely veiled, pass on unnoticed by the men into the Andarun, where they unveil and appear to their delighted hostesses in their finest clothes and all their jewelry, and we are sorry to add, in most cases, with their faces carefully painted. As the dresses worn among Persian ladies for indoor use only reach to the knee and are very much buffet, their wearers look like opera dancers. The ladies' feet and legs are bare as a rule, a gauze shirt of gay color, and a tiny zouave jacket daintily embroidered with gold lace on velvet or on satin are worn, while the head is decorated with a large kerchief of silk or gauze elaborately embroidered with gold thread. From beneath this kerchief the hair falls in innumerable plaits behind, sometimes reaching almost to the ground. The colors of their clothes are of brightest pinks, greens, yellows, scarlets, crimsons, blues. The quantity of solid jewelry worn in honor of the bride is prodigious. Everyone takes tea, everyone crunches the sweets of various kinds, which are piled on china dishes in huge trays in the center of the rooms. Several hundred weight of confectionery, not food but sweets, are thus consumed. Conversation goes on, pipes are smoked by both men and women, messages pass between the two courtyards. But the men remain in their quarters, and the women in theirs. The musicians and buffoons are allowed, however, in the women's court on these occasions. They are supposed to be mere professional persons, and on this account are tolerated. At noon a heavy breakfast is served. If there be 200 guests, there is meat for them and for, say, 400 servants and hangers-on, while what remains, a still larger portion, is given to the poor. Lutis or buffoons now bring their performing monkeys or bears, often a miserable and half-starved lion cowed by much beating. They dance, they sing songs indecent enough in themselves, but tolerated in the East on such occasions. More tea, more ices, more sherbet, more sweets. Pipes without number pass from hand to hand, but no strong drink that is never seen or tasted, save by the musicians and buffoons, who, as the day wanes, are freely supplied. The bride meanwhile goes to the baths, whither she is accompanied by many of the ladies, the friends, near relatives of the family. Dinner is served on the same lavish scale as the breakfast. Fowls by the hundred, boiled to rags, under piles of various colored rice, lambs roasted whole or boiled in fragments, mutton in savory stews, game and venison hot on the spit, kebabs and pilaws of endless varieties, soups, sweets, fruit in profusion. All this is served with the lavishness of true Oriental hospitality. And now there is a hum of suspense. It is night, and the whole place is lightened up by lamps, candles in shades, and lanterns. A noise of a distant crowd is heard. Alms in money are freely distributed among the crowd of beggars and poor at the door. Horses are brought for the bride and her friends. The procession of the bridegroom is approaching, and it must be understood that another grand party has been going on at his father's house. The musicians play and sing their loudest. The flat roofs of the east are thronged by all the women and children of the quarter. The bridegroom and his friend arrive, and are welcomed by the women with a peculiar echoing cry of "Kellalel," produced by tapping the cheeks. Then the bride appears, carefully veiled in a huge sheet of pink and spangled muslin. She goes to the door and mounts a gaily caparisoned horse. All the main guests join the procession. Lighted cressets full of blazing embers are carried on high poles to lead and light the way. The lanterns of all the guests are lighted and borne in this procession, which joyfully wends its way through a cheerful crowd. At the moment the bride leaves her father's house, a shout of "Kellalel" announces the fact. Fireworks blaze, the music is deafening. Above all is heard the monotonous banging of the wedding drum, and so the buffoons and musicians leading the way, the procession slowly moves on. As it approaches the house of the bridegroom, several sheep are sacrificed in honor of the bride. They are slain at her feet as she steps over her husband's threshold for the first time, accompanied by a female friend or two. Then, invoking blessings on their pair, all wend their way home, and the festival is over. End of section 75. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by فرهنگ.
Tehran consists of an immense labyrinth of streets covered with brick walls, formed an uninterrupted row of little domes, in the middle of each of which a round hole is pierced to let in the light. Through this hole the sun darts its rays like the flashlights of a man of war amid the half-lights of the walls, which in summer keep the air so cool. When you enter the great central artery, which starts from the south of Sabz Maidan, you are in the bazaar of the shoemakers. On both sides of the vault are stalls from 10 to 15 feet square, with a floor about 3 feet above the ground. These are occupied by the makers of all sorts of shoes. Here are papoose, yellow or green for the mullahs. There are the tiny red slippers with turned-up toes and metal heels, which the women wear. Farther on are the ugly boots of blacking leather or patent leather with elastic sides, which are intended for those who wish to enjoy the advantages of civilization. Then come the shops where you buy the give, the national shoes of Persia, made of very strong white linen, with soles of plaited thongs, dyed green, and the yellow top boots with the red rolled-over tops and very turned-up toes and thick soles, like Tartar boots which are worn by the Persians in the mountains. Nothing used to amuse me more than the diversity of types we met in the bazaar. All the types and all the costumes of Central and Western Asia elbow each other here in the most extraordinary medley. The first thing I saw in the bazaars riding a mule was a venerable mujtahid in a close-rolled white turban of 1,000 little folds wound round and round a pointed conical cap. He was accompanied by a numerous suite of mullahs who wore turbans too, but not with the same elaborate coif, because these are reserved for the highest ranks of the priesthood of Sayyids, with dark blue turbans, or green if they were Haji pilgrims, as well as descendants of the Prophet, all of them wearing long flowing robes belted in at the waist by a cashmere shawl, in which the kalamdan and the roll of paper appear, which are the badge of men of letters. The crowd made deep bows to the mujtahid, and many of them kissed the hem of his garment. He looked at them with condescension, but with a distracted attention, for his eyes seemed to be regarding in the visionary distance the series of 7 heavens promised in the Koran. The Persian is very theatrical. He always likes to look his part. If he is in general, he is Bombastes. If he is a judge, he is Rhadamanthus. Then came an Armenian in low collar, with clothes which he imagined to be European. He was careful not to brush the Mussulmans, knowing that they would curse him if he polluted them with his impure touch. The man with flashing eyes and mustaches, like a walrus's, wearing a sort of bolero made of plaited false hair and a round white cap encircled with striped silk, whose fringe fell over their faces, were merchants from Kurdistan, their rifles slung over their right shoulders and bandoliers full of cartridges showed that even Mercury could not go out without being armed in their charming country. The man with a square beard, with a blue and white striped cloth on his head, held in its place by a crown of camel's hair cords with gold knobs, was a merchant of Baghdad. He was positively glittering in his sky-blue abba with golden stripes like sun rays, and he passed by. The orthodox Persians cursed him, for he was a Sunnite, and his dress was like the one that the assassins of Qasim wear in their religious processions of Muharram. The young Negro who followed him was a Somali slave that he was probably going to sell. Then came a water carrier, dressed in nothing but a dirty shirt, bowed down by a weight of his goat skin full of water, which swayed about on his back. He held in his left hand one of the legs of the skin, which is the tap through which he draws the water, and in his right a brass cup engraved with sentences from the Koran and verses of poetry, reciting the praises of the liquid that he was selling. He was watering the front of a shop. There were interminable files of black phantoms gliding from shop to shop, bargaining noiselessly and disappearing like shadows. This is all that one sees of the fair sex, with the exception of a few Armenian women, half veiled, with round caps of embroidered velvet on the tops of their heads, from which fall a quantity of plates concealed in the folds of the chador, which they wear like their Mussulman congeners. Horsemen were riding about, and there were strings of little grey donkeys loaded with bricks for building, and interminable caravans of camels with deafening bells, their heads ornamented with tufts of red, green, and yellow, were balanced in a bored and supercilious sort of way on the top of their long swans' necks, encircled with collars of red leather ornamented with little white cowries. Their india-rubber-like feet flattened out as they touched the ground with the regularity of a clock, their loads hanging from each side of their humps, swaying and knocking against the walls, were a perpetual menace for the foot passengers. Suddenly there was a pandemonium. 2 caravans, coming in opposite directions, had met. The camel drivers shouted to make their beasts give way to each other, but in vain, for the beasts were locked together as their loads caught and dashed the foot passengers into the walls. The cries of fury and the oaths of camel drivers were blended with the growling of the camels, the yells of the people, and the howling of the dogs which were run over, and the screams of the frightened women. The entire traffic was suspended, and it took more than half an hour to re-establish order. This incident, during which the Mirza and I took refuge in a shop in order not to be crushed, gave me the opportunity of bargaining for a pair of exquisite little pabouche of gazelle skin, embroidered with golden palms and mother-of-pearl dates. One of these was still in the hands of the workman. The merchant asked a ridiculous price, as if the pearls had been real, and to give them more value in my eyes. He assured me that they belonged to one of those mysterious phantoms whom fear had driven into the corners of his shop, and who, he said, was a khanum, meaning lady of importance. The Mirza drew my attention to a chador of black silk fringed with gold lace in the middle of some cotton chadors. Who knows? It might have been a princess shopping with her maids. How exciting it would have been to have carried off the pabouche of the trembling phantom, who, seated in that corner, looked like a half-filled balloon in the middle of other half-filled balloons. All sorts of ideas passed through my mind. I had visions of a Cinderella of the 1001 Nights, or else perhaps this minion slipper that I was holding in my hand had been used by the lady to chastise her unfaithful husband, for the heel of the pabouche is a favorite weapon in the harem. But the Mirza frowned at me, and I understood that all this was the eternal Persian mirage, and must go the way of all mirages. So I ran away laughing. We passed through the bazaars of kalyans, chibooks, and other pipes, which were crowded with pilgrims from Kashgar, easily recognizable by their high cheekbones and narrow eyes, laying in supplies for their journey to Mecca, and went to the tobacco bazaar. It is a very quiet place, full of the fragrance of nicotine. On the counters were bricks of amber-colored tobacco, almost as closely pressed as wood, some a yard high and long and wide, some still sewn up in goat skins. There were also beautiful long leaves of tobacco of Shiraz for the kalyans, and tobacco of Kashan shredded into fine flakes like curls of fair hair for making into cigarettes. Flint and steel are still much used, but are being driven out by Japanese and Russian imitations of Swedish matches, the Japanese being incomparably better. There was an attempt to start a match factory in Persia, but it failed. Seeing some very beautiful sheets of tobacco for the kalyan, I asked the price and was told a price which came to about 2 francs, 4 crowns. Footnote, about 40 cents. End of footnote. The pound, I ordered 2 pounds. But you put your thumb on the scales, I exclaimed, seeing that the merchant was cheating. He looked at me. There was a pause, and then he said in the most unabashed way, "Do you imagine that I am going to give you tobacco of that fineness for 4 krans, the pound, if I did not put my thumb in the scales?" I was so pleased to find the Persian so Persian that I could do nothing but take the tobacco and add a little backsheesh to the price he asked. The bazaar into which one goes oftenest in Persia is the bazaar of carpets. This suggests much to the European mind, which at once thinks of a vast display of rich hangings and gorgeous colors. In Persia, one sees nothing of that kind. The carpets are all piled up one over the other, and when you want to buy a carpet, the man of the shop pulls them out one after the other in front of you and builds them into fresh piles on the opposite side. It is very difficult to make up your mind, for you never see more than two displayed at the same time. It takes a very long time for carrying in your head, as well as you can, the remembrance of those you like best. You are always having another one pulled out, and before you manage to get the 3 or 4 you really like best all shown at the same time, several hours will have gone, and pounds of dust coming from all parts of Persia will have been swallowed. However, you need not regret the time expended. So many precious articles will have been exhibited before you, each more beautiful than the other. The first carpet that struck me was one from Kirman, woven with extraordinary fineness. Its pattern represented a tree on which parrots, in great profusion and every attitude, ate extraordinary fruits. Under that tree, which took up nearly all the carpets, were some very small gazelles, a quarter of the size of the parrots, and round it was a very delicately drawn border. The next carpet was from Turkestan. On a background of a Venetian red, dark blue geometrical drawings were repeated at regular intervals, but this one, which was made of very good material, had a hideous design. It was a bad copy of the early Victorian carpet, represented a tiger eating an apple under a rosebush. Then the merchant brought out a beautiful dark blue carpet decorated with narcissi tulips and hyacinths, white, red, yellow, and green of a pre-Raphaelite pattern, which came from Kurdistan. It was an old one. They are not made anymore. Directly after this, he showed me a carpet with regular pattern of henna flowers, which was the modern representative of the same school. The next, of the same pattern but with very crude colors, showed that in spite of the new laws forbidding aniline colors, these chemical dyes are spoiling the manufacture of modern carpets. Happily, this was the exception, and it is to be hoped that the laws by which aniline dyes have recently been prohibited from entering Persia will be enforced with draconian severity. After many notable examples from Faraghan, Khorasan, Turkestan, Khoy, and Dagestan, I was shown one very curious carpet with a white background on which was drawn with black lines an Assyrian king with wings copied from the bas-reliefs of Persepolis. His name, Nebuchadnezzar, was written under it in Roman letters. I regretted to see such good work and such fine materials wasted on such a miracle of bad taste. It was executed in one of the best workshops of Kerman. Silk carpets are very much appreciated in Persia. They are generally of the type of prayer carpets, representing 2 columns, a vault, and in the middle a mosque lamp hanging down. Another usual pattern for the silk carpets is a vase of flowers with birds. The Persian weavers receive orders, especially from Cairo, for very large silk carpets. The wily Persian has discovered the secret of making new carpets look ancient. He smokes them over a fire made with special herbs, and this gives the carpet a used appearance and fades the colors. It is nearly impossible, when this is well done, to distinguish between a genuine antique and a forgery. A commoner way of aging a carpet, very common in the bazaars, is to spread it out on the street, in order that every passer-by and animal may trample on it. In Tabriz, an Englishman, Mr. Stevens, conceived the happy idea of starting a carpet-weaving industry where only old patterns are made. He tries to revive the old traditions and has succeeded very well. I went to see his workrooms in the bazaars. They were established in a large sort of shed with mud walls and roof, lighted by mere holes of windows and skylights. The weaving was done on old-fashioned hand looms, some of them 8 or 10 feet high. Little boys of 10 to 12 were perched on planks in front of the looms. A man holding in his hand a pattern of the carpet with all the colors marked in squares like our Berlin woolwork patterns sang to a popular tune the number and color of each thread. 1 blue, 2 red, 1 yellow, etc., which was repeated in chorus by all the little boys and accompanied by the noise of the bobbins which go through the warped threads and the rhythmical swish with which the bows cut the thread after making the little knots. These little apprentices, dressed in a variety of colors, perched on their planks and singing at the tops of their voices, were like lovebirds sitting on a branch. Interesting as it all was, the Mirza and I were tired out before we made our escape and nearly smothered by the dust we had to swallow. End of section 76. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by فرهنگ.
Social people. They are vivacious and entertaining, fond of jokes and storytelling, and ready in repartee. They are given to visiting and feasting. This is remarkable, since the great bond of society with us is entirely wanting. The social intercourse of men and women is not permitted, and the idea of it shocks their sense of propriety. Men visit with men, women with women. Dancing amazes them beyond measure, and seems an immodest license and a perversion of liberty. The Persians are a polite people. They have elaborate rules of etiquette, and many set phrases and compliments suitable for every occasion. Visits are made at the festivals, both for congratulation and condolence, and often for the transaction of business. The physician is honored with an hour's social chat before the ailments of the caller in are mentioned. He is expected in return to make himself comfortable in the parlor for a prolonged tea drinking before being inducted into the sick room. Time is of little value. Social calls are often 3 or 4 hours' duration. The greatest social event in Persia is the festival of the New Year, or Nowruz. It commemorates the entrance of the sun into the sign of Aries at the vernal equinox. It is the most fitting and beautiful time for the new year. Then the sacred year of the Jews and of some European nations began. March 25th was the first day of the year in Scotland until 1600, and in England until 1752. At this season, Persia, throughout most of its borders, begins to put on its robe of verdure, flowers begin to bloom, and the farmer takes up his work in the fields. Some Persians affirm that the world began to move in its orbit on that day. Others place the origin of the festival in the time of Jemshid, the founder of Persepolis. He introduced the solar year, and celebrated its first day as a splendid festival. The sculptured procession on the great staircase at Persepolis is supposed to represent the bringing of presents from the various provinces of Nowruz. This is the only festival of ancient Persia that has not been displaced by the sacred seasons of Mohammedanism. The Persians never fail to enter into its enjoyment, except when the movable lunar calendar of Islam brings some religious ceremony at the same time. From 1893 to 1896, Nowruz falls in the great fast of Ramadan. The festivities with which ancient kings celebrated it are curiously described in the Arabian Nights, in the Enchanted Horse. In the introduction to this story it is said, Nowruz, or the New Day, is a festival so solemn and so ancient throughout the whole extent of Persia, taking its origin even from the earliest period of idolatry, that the holy religion of the Prophet, pure and unsullied as it is, has been hitherto unable to abolish it, although it must be confessed that it is a custom completely pagan, and that the ceremonies observed in its solemnization are of the most superstitious nature. Not to mention large cities, there is no town, borough, village, or hamlet, however small, where the festival is not celebrated with extraordinary rejoicings. Those that take place at court surpass all others by the variety of new and surprising spectacles, so that nothing that is attempted in other parts of the world can approach or be compared with this sumptuous magnificence. 1,000 years after Harun al-Rashid the festival still holds its place. To an outside observer its ceremonies do not seem as pagan as some of those connected with Shiaism. Prior to the festival of Noruz, the dervish pitches his white tent before the door of some nobleman, and sits there and yells, "Ya Haq!" "O Truth!" until his claims to charity are satisfied. The letter carrier presents himself to receive an anam, the cook expects a new coat, the mirza, and even the physician are remembered by their patrons, and the alderman receives goodly donations from his constituents. During the last week of the old year the bazaars are profusely decorated. Gay cloths, carpets, and shawls are exhibited in the shops. Pictures, mirrors, mottos, bunting, and embroideries are hung up. Arches are constructed, spanning the streets with pendant ornaments. Villagers crowd in front of the open shops, and groups of boys stroll about to see the sights. Every one buys a collection of nuts, raisins, figs, dates, dried apricots, grape juice paste, etc. These fruits must be of 7 kinds, the name of each beginning with the letter S. The collection is called the Yeti Livin. Many send to their friends a plateful, with the compliments of the season. The last Wednesday, called Akir Shakar Shenba, is a gala day. It is the children's festival, but the whole population is ready for a frolic. Clowns in fantastic costumes and ludicrous masks, and strolling minstrels with tambourines and cymbals, and leading a monkey, perform and collect shahis. Boys crowd the streets, and women gather on the housetops to see the shows. Schoolboys enter into the spirit of the day, and make a mock visit to their principal. One of them, arrayed like a Kurdish sheik in long flowing robes, great turban, and a cotton beard, and with attendants armed like Kurds, but with canes for swords, presents himself and declares that a fine has been levied upon the school. He receives a present, and they all go off to expend it on some of the good things in the bazaars. As the great day approaches, every man says to himself, "Well, tomorrow is Noruz. I must get my head shaved, go to the bath, dye my hands, nails, and beard with henna, put on a clean skull-cap, and see if the tailor has my new coat ready. I must buy some sugar and tea, tobacco and candy, and then I shall be ready for all comers." In the capital, the festival is ushered in and celebrated with elaborate ceremonies by the Shah and his court. The Crown Prince in Tabriz keeps the day with similar rejoicings. At the astronomical termination of the year a tray of the 7 fruits is brought before the prince. Some of these are eaten. Incense is burned, according to a custom of the fire worshippers. 110 guns are fired off, with reference to Ali, who is said to have been named successor to Muhammad on this day. Consuls, nobles, and high officials, clothed in their uniforms and decorations, pay their salam to His Highness, and partake of a feast. Luck money coined with the name of the Shah is distributed to all. Some of these gold and silver tokens are sent to the mujtahid and other ecclesiastics. They presage a fortunate year for the recipient, because the king thus indicates his royal favor. After the salam there is a military review in the Maidan, or public square. The trumpet is sounded. The officers on their gaily caparisoned horses present themselves with their companies. Each soldier receives a token of 14 shahis in value. After the review, wrestling contests and ram fights enliven the scene. In some villages, buffalo fights are a part of the program. These powerful animals, sometimes made ferocious by partial intoxication, make a rough contest. In other places, such as Hamadan, the day is ushered in with a display of pyrotechnics. From the housetops thousands of rockets and fusing jugs are set off. The festivities extend over 2 or 3 weeks. The bazaars are generally closed and business suspended. All are bent on pleasure. Merrymaking reigns supreme. Days are designated for visiting particular classes or wards of the city. On the first day the official class exchange visits, while the religiously inclined give the honor of precedence to the mujtahids. On succeeding days the crowd moves from ward to ward. Calls are often an hour long. About breakfast time, noon, A group of friends may unexpectedly enter, and a new supply of pilaw must be served up quickly. Families that have suffered bereavement during the preceding year do not make visits, but receive them, serving to their guests bitter coffee and omitting all sweetmeats. Nor is this a pleasant time to renew old acquaintances, make new ones, and to visit both rich and poor without interfering with their business engagements. I shall give an account of the visits made during one Norah's season, since they afford the best opportunity to become acquainted with the social customs of the people. According to a custom in visiting men of rank, we sent a request to the Governor-General, the former Emir-i-Nizam, that His Excellency might appoint a convenient time to receive us. The governor's house, in a group of government buildings, was built in semi-European style, with windows on all sides and faced with red brick. He had 2 large reception rooms, one furnished in Persian, the other in European style. The Persian room had portieres over the doors and was carpeted in the usual manner, with a large centerpiece, 2 kanaras or side strips, and a kala or headpiece, the 4 rugs neatly covering the entire floor. The kanaras and kala were of soft kecha or felt, half an inch thick, and the color of camel's hair, with a simple figure bordered. Footnote: the best of these kechas are manufactured at Yazid and Hamadan. A traveler mentions one, the dimensions of which were 120 by 80 feet. It was transported from Yazid on a line of camels for the palace of the Minister of Justice at Teheran. End of footnote. Over these was spread, for their protection, a breadth of cotton cloth called rufarsh. At the upper corners of the reception room were divans, consisting of mattresses and pillows, and covered with the finest senna rugs. On one of these divans the governor sat to receive Persian visitors. The other was reserved for men of high rank, while other guests sat on the carpets around the sides of the room. We had removed our galoshes and hats on being ushered in. The governor, in stockinged feet and with hat on, received us cordially, rising and shaking our hands. To his salam alaikum, peace to you, we responded, to you peace, may your excellency's feast be blessed. He replied, may your favor be increased. After being seated on chairs, we inquired concerning his excellency's noble condition. He replied in the customary phrase, Alhamdulillah, praise God, I am well. But on second inquiry he declared that he was feeling ill, and most of his conversation in the midst of tea drinking was about his ailments. He ended the interview by saying that he had a pishkesh for the doctor, which proved to be 10 imperials. Afterward we called on the Belger Beji or mayor. He is of the Dumbly family, which have ruled in Azerbaijan before the Qajar dynasty. He has great wealth, being lord of many villages. All the guests in the saloon rose and remained standing while he led us into a special room furnished with tables and chairs. A special feature of the room, with a great number of gilded and illuminated firmans and honorary degrees from the Shah, framed and hung on the walls, or placed in the niches. According to custom, tea was brought in tiny glasses, having handles of silver and placed on glass saucers. The cupbearer served each person on an individual waiter of silver, and in the order of the rank of each one, as judged from the position of their seats. He first offered tea to his master, but he, with a wave of the hand, declined to be served until after his guests. The tea was piping hot, without cream, and as sweet as a syrup. On the waiters was a little bottle of Shiraz lemon juice and sliced naranj grapefruit for flavoring it. After a time the attendants reappeared. One bore a salver on which were tiny coffee cups and holders. The latter resembled in shape an egg cup. They are sometimes chinaware, and sometimes Zedjan silver filigree, of exquisite workmanship. The other attendant bore a coffee pot. He lifted one of the coffee cups, placed it in the holder, and filled it about 2/3 full of very thick, black, sweet coffee. Footnote: sometimes sherbets are substituted for the tea or coffee. These are drinks made of lemon, plum, cherry, rose, cucumber, or other fruit syrups. Simpler forms are Shanjabi, made of vinegar and honey, or Aaron, a kind of buttermilk. End of footnote. The kalian, or water pipe, was brought in and passed to us. We declined with the phrase, "It is not our custom." The host took a few whiffs and passed it to the guests in the saloon. Finally, we said, in the customary form of adieu, "Will you command or dismissal?" He replied, "Do you withdraw your graciousness?" If the host wishes to shorten the visit, he can hasten these courses. A visit to the Kalantar, the chief alderman, showed us some different phases of Persian life. An hour's ride on horseback brought us to his place in the suburbs. He had extensive grounds, beautifully laid out with fountains and flower beds and shaded avenues. In his greenhouse were orange and lemon trees bearing fruit. One of his rooms was papered with chromos, another with cuts from the illustrated papers. He had a large household of retainers. The Kalantar was fond of religious discussion and familiar with the Bible. He had written a book in defense of Islam against Christianity. His opinion was that Paul undermined and corrupted the religion of Jesus. He found in the prophecy of Habakkuk of the Holy One from Mount Paran, who drove asunder the nations, a prediction of Mohammed. Conversation on religion is habitual among the Persians. Here there were set before us some choice sweetmeats. Among the favorite confections is gaz. It is made from the juice of the tamarisk tree and has a delicious flavor, which is increased by being mixed with pistachios. Another favorite is fig paste called ease of the throat. This is variously flavored and colored. Among the candies popular in Persia are sugared burned almond, pomegranate jelly cut in little squares, kolva, a taffy of molasses and nuts, rock candy, and peshmak, which is made of sugar and butter, crystallized like snowflakes or thistledown, and formed into pyramids, cones, and other shapes. A very rich pastry sprinkled with sugar, but without fruit, is much prized. Their cakes, made of rice flour and nuts, with sheep-tail fat and saffron flavor, are rarely agreeable to foreign taste. Year by year confections are being improved by contact with Tiflis and Constantinople. The best sweetmeats are now made in the houses of the wealthy, and some of their ladies are expert in the art. At Nowruz and other festivals, great conchas (footnote). A concha is a wooden tray, about 2 feet by 4, which is carried on a man's head when a wedding dowry or a present of sweetmeats is taken through the streets. End of footnote. Of candies are sent in by the clients of the great, and the center of the parlor is occupied by a large display of them. It has lately become the custom to rent a large amount of confections for an occasion, only those being paid for which are eaten, and the rest returned. These visits, together with others to mollahs, merchants, and physicians, gave us considerable knowledge of the life of well-to-do Persians. The impression was gained that their manner of living is very comfortable. Their wealth is not great, but they have the conveniences and luxuries which the country affords, or which they think is necessary to import. Their houses are neither of marble nor of cut stone, nor do they have many of the charms of beautiful architecture. But the wealthy class in the cities have pleasant rooms, excellent food, fruits and flowers in abundance, troops of servants waiting their every beck and call, stables full of valuable horses, incomes easily earned, plenty of leisure for an afternoon siesta, and for social intercourse, many holidays and a disposition to enjoy them, and withal they have no reason to envy the far more opulent, contented plutocrats, who under steam pressure and with lightning rapidity are bowling and bearing one another in the marts of civilization. New Year's calls on the poor of Persia revealed a striking contrast. We knocked at the outer door, that the women might have a chance to conceal themselves. Bending low, we stooped down and passed under a long arched way, and entered a little yard with mud-plastered walls. The kavakhana, or hall, opened into a half-underground room, in one end of which was a poorly made window covered with oiled paper, its cracks being similarly pasted over to keep out the wind. Its flopping, ill-fitting door was low, while the sill was very high, in order that the shoes may be taken off in the hall and not obstruct the opening and shutting of the door. The rafters overhead were unceiled. The furniture consisted of common carpets, gilem, a mirror brought with the wedding outfit, a copper basin and ewer, a small tea-urn and some glasses, and a kalian on the lower niches. On the upper niches were a few bottles, and on the once whitened walls had been pasted some cigarette papers, caricature prints, and verses from the Koran. The host greeted us with a hearty "Welcome! You have done me a great favor." We replied, "May your festival be blessed. May your house be blessed." He answered, "It is a present to you." The other guests rose, placed their right hands first on their hearts, and then to their foreheads, and bowed low. We knelt on our knees on calico cushions, the weight of the body resting on the heels. The host, though his circumstances were straitened, was bright in conversation. A small boy dressed like a grown man entered, and we inquired, "Who is this?" "He is your slave," he replied, which meant, "He is my son." A dish of wheat was growing on the window-sill, a symbol of the renewal of the year. A fish was swimming in the pan, which called forth a remark from him that the fish always looked toward Mecca at Noruz. He placed before us a few candies, some boiled eggs, and pickled grapes. He had the samovar already boiling, and sat down beside it, washed the cups and saucers, and placed tea before us. We did not decline to drink, for the poor man would feel aggrieved. He honored us specially by almost filling our tea-glasses with sugar, though he himself sipped his tea through a small lump, which he held between his teeth, and retained to sweeten succeeding sups. What does the poor man have besides the things within sight? His goods consist of a few rude dishes of native pottery, a jar or two of pickled herbs and dried vegetables, a flour bin, some copper pots, and a chest of clothing. With his wages of a dime a day as a laborer or servant, he must provide for his Khadijah and Ismail, Hussein and Fatima. He thanks God for the blessing of such a family. But how do they live on such a pittance? Most of it goes to buy bread, which with some salty cheese to give it taste, or a glass of weak tea, constitutes his breakfast. His luncheon is bread and sour milk, garlic or onions, or some cheap fruit. For dinner a stew of meat and vegetables, highly seasoned with red peppers and onions, a large quantity for a little meat, makes his bread palatable. Lack of employment or high prices reduce him to bread and water. In winter a few shakis worth of charcoal lasts the family a long while under the kursee. In sleeping, rich and poor alike lie on the floor. The bedding, which consists of a short mattress, a round pillow, and coverlets, is folded up and placed in a recess by day. In summer many of the people sleep on the roofs, rising when the sun disturbs them. The social habit, which is so universally exemplified at Noruz, is a striking trait of the Persian character. One of the social institutions of great attraction is the tea-house. The tea-houses are of various grades. Some are rudely furnished, with merely a raised platform which surrounds the sides of the room, and is covered with matting or carpet. Others have an air of comfort, imparted to them by divans, mirrors, chandeliers, etc. With tea at half a cent a glass, and one pipeful of tobacco sufficing for a crowd, it is no wonder loafers seek them and business men make appointments in them. The common pipe, cigarettes, and the kalian, or water pipe, are much used. In the latter, the smoke passes through the water and is drawn into the lungs. Lemon juice and other flavors are sometimes mixed with the water. The ordinary kalian is about 2 feet high. It consists of a vase capable of holding about a quart of water, a top about the size of a goblet, in which burning charcoal and dampened tobacco are placed, a wooden tube which supports the top of the vase, and a mouthpiece or stem about 20 inches long. The support and stem are turned on the lathe, in various ornamental designs. The vase and bowl are of glass, stone, china, brass, or silver, and are set with turquoises or other jewels, and carved, enameled, and decorated with pictures of the Shah, flowers, and similar objects. Another place of social resort and gossip is the bathhouse. Custom and religion require frequent ablutions, for the men, with their dyeing of the hair and nails with henna, scraping the flesh with tufa, etc. The bath is a frequent necessity, and no less so for the women, whose hair-dressing, dyeing of eyelashes, etc., require so much time and attention. The bathhouses are below the level of the street, so as to be supplied with water. The arched domes are lighted through slabs of alabaster. One may know when he is near the bathhouse by the long rows of colored towels hung on the street walls. The fuel used is weeds, thorn bushes, straw, dried manure, bones, carcasses, or any other rubbish, and the odor inside and out is sometimes very offensive. The atmosphere of the vaulted room is very hot, as in the case of the Turkish bath. The water in the plunge tank is changed only once in 2 or 3 months, and is consequently a prolific breeder of disease. The Persian has few kinds of amusement. His theater is the takia, or passion play of Muharram. His lyceum lectures are the dervishes on the street corner, and the poets and marshikian in the residences of the rich. Singers, musicians, and dancers are adjuncts of weddings and other feasts. The Persian gentleman does not dance. A prince, seeing some European nobleman dancing, expressed his surprise, saying, "Why do you exert yourselves so much? In Persia we hire people to dance for us." No violent games of ball and no severe gymnastics are in vogue, except for the palovans or wrestlers. Horse racing and hunting are favorite amusements. Chess, checkers, and backgammon are old and standard games. Cards are being introduced throughout the entire country, and gambling is unhappily prevalent. The custom of giving presents is universal. A person returning home brings a sogat, or present, to each of his relatives and friends. The custom is so binding that some men unwillingly go in debt to avoid a breach of it, and others stay away from home from inability to do what is expected of them. Gifts of dainties from the table, of the first fruits from the orchard, and of loaves of fresh bread are sent from friend to friend. Formal tokens of commendation from a superior are greatly prized. The Shah yearly sends a khalat, or robe of honor, to each governor on the renewal of his appointment. Its bearer is an important official. He is met by the governor at a villa called Khalat Pashan, where the latter puts on his robe. Its style and elegance indicate the degree of appreciation intended to be shown. It is a high honor for a royal person to give another a robe which he himself has worn. When the crown prince wished to show his appreciation of Dr. Holmes by presenting him with a robe of honor, he first wore it himself for a few days. Certain other presents may be regarded as taxes. Such are the large amounts sent by the governors to the Shah at Nauruz. Of a similar nature are those sent to local officials by subjects and by foreign residents, as a recognition of obligation for civil protection. On the receipt of such a gift, it is customary to give the bearer a sum of money, showing appreciation of the gift and its sender. Fees, tips, and anams are very common. Pishkesh is a gift to a superior, and is generally made with the idea of procuring an equivalent in cash, favor, or influence. Bakshish is a free will offering to an inferior. End of section 77. This recording is in the public domain.
Invariably kind to their servants and animals. End of section 78. This recording is in the public domain.
Persia by ingeniously building a wall of square, sun-dried bricks arranged in hollow cubes, as in a blockhouse. They are cemented by a layer of mud mixed with straw, over which in turn follows a coat of white plaster. Where great strength is required, the angles are fortified by a layer of burnt bricks. Such a wall will stand for ages. It is interesting to watch the builders at work. They wear long tunics, which are tucked into their girdles when working, displaying a length and muscular development of limb I have never seen equaled elsewhere. The one above sings out in a musical tone, "Brother, in the name of God, toss me a brick." The one below, as he throws the brick, sings in a reply, "Oh, my brother," or "Oh, son of my uncle, in the name of God, behold a brick." Less can be said, however, in favor of the roofs of mud. The only reason why they should be used is the rarity and costliness of wood in central Persia. Perhaps also because a roof of great density better protects the house from the long dry heat of summer. In that temperature also lies the safety of these roofs. Heavy undressed timbers are laid across the walls. Over these comes the lathing, or a layer of dry twigs. In the better houses, square, broad, burnt bricks are laid on the lathing, and over these is put a layer of mud 10 to 12 inches thick. But generally the bricks are dispensed with. During the summer such a roof becomes very hard, and when the surface is slightly inclined to allow the water to run off, long and heavy rains are required to penetrate it. After the wet season the surface is rolled again for the next winter. With these precautions, such roofs last a long time in Persia. But there comes a time with most of them when a little seam appears in the ceiling, then follows a trickling stream, and the occupants, thus warned, remove the furniture without delay to the adjoining apartment. If the rain continues, the ceiling falls in. Occasionally one hears of fatal accidents or very narrow escapes from falling roofs in Tehran. But accidents may generally be avoided by proper precaution. End of section 79. This recording is in the public domain. Read by Kara Schallenberg, www.kray.org, on Monday, April 23, 2018, in Union City, California.
Are massively splendid, with the same costly material covering every inch of space. At the end of the hall, facing the entrance, is the famous peacock throne, brought from Delhi by Nadir Shah, covered with gold and precious stones in a profusion that places the lowest estimate of its value at not less than $13 million. The magnificence of the Shah's audience hall is still further heightened by the fact that here also are stored many of the crown jewels. The reserve of coin and bullion which the Shah has saved from his revenues, equal, it is said, to a sum of $30 million, is safely locked up in the vaults of the palace. But one need only see the treasures in the audience hall to obtain an idea that Persia is still a land of wealth, and that the tales of splendor recounted in Oriental story were not wholly the fictions of a fancy steeped in opium or behang. Among the spoils of ages gathered in the Shah's treasures are superb crowns and jeweled coats of mail dating back 4 centuries to the reign of Shah Ismail. In a glass case one sees a large heap of pearls dense as a pile of sand on the seashore. Diamonds, rubies, emeralds, and sapphires catch the eye at every turn, sometimes flashing forth like a crimson or a green fire on the boss of a buckler, or a helmet worn at the front of battle ages ago. One ruby there is in that mine of splendor which, on being placed in water, radiates a red light that colors the water like the blood of the vine of Burgundy. There, too, is a globe of the world, 20 inches in diameter, turning on a frame of solid gold. The surface of the earth is represented by precious stones, different colors being used to indicate the divisions of land and sea. The ocean is entirely of turquoise, and Persia is represented by a compact mosaic of diamonds. The famous Dari Nur, or Sea of Light, the second of known diamonds in quality, size, and value, is kept carefully locked in a double iron chest, but is shown on rare occasions, and is worn by His Majesty on great state days. End of section 80. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by Yael. never calls on a Persian lady. He does not even venture to inquire after her health, or even to mention her to her husband. But after her death it is proper to call on the male relatives of the deceased to express condolence. A father or a brother may visit a daughter or sister, unless forbidden by the husband. Notwithstanding these restrictions, the exchange of visits among the ladies or among gentlemen is a common custom at Teheran, and is a most formidable affair, affording a complete display of the elaborate etiquette for which Persia has always been famous. All the ceremonies attending such a visit are shaded down to the finest point, and form part of the education of every Persian, becoming in fact a second nature to him. Before making this social call, a servant is sent, generally the previous day, to announce it. The rank of the servant who is sent is suited to the rank of the gentleman who is to receive the visit. If a person of very high degree is to call on one of similar position, it is considered eminently proper to announce and accept the visit in an autograph note. If the caller be of the higher rank, he simply states that he proposes to call at such an hour. If of equal or lower rank, he asks permission to call. The call must be made on horseback or in a carriage, and the number of mounted attendants depends on the rank of the person visited. On approaching the house, the visitor, if of high rank, is met by mounted heralds, who immediately return at full speed to announce the approach of the guest. If the host be of very high rank, he will try sometimes to see the effect on his guest of coming into the reception room after the arrival of the guest. Supposing he has not tried such a maneuver, a courteous skirmish occurs when the guest enters the door. Each seeks to outdo the other in politeness, while each is exceedingly careful not to accept or allow a position to which he is not entitled by rank. The corner of the room the most remote from the entrance is the place of honor. The guest, if he outranks the host, while strenuously declining to take that seat, will be very careful that his host does not occupy it instead, and quite as careful not to accept it if inferior in rank, although urged, for to do so under such circumstances would be to affront the host, and invite an affront in return. The host, when in the apartment on the arrival of the guest, advances outside of the door of the reception room to receive one of superior rank, meets him at the door if of equal rank, and leads him by the hand to his seat, goes halfway the length of the apartment to meet one of slightly inferior rank, but does not condescend to advance a step for a guest far below in social or official position. When the host and guest are of equal rank, chairs or cushions are arranged in corresponding position opposite the refreshment table, and so on through all the various social grades. Other things being equal, the left hand, and not the right, is the place of honor. The serving of refreshments is another important question regulated by undeviating custom. The nazir, or head steward of the household, enters in his stocking feet, ushering a number of servants equal to the number to be served. If host and guest be of equal rank, the cup is presented to each at exactly the same moment, but if one outranks the other, he is first served. When there is present a member of the royal family, or one of the cabinet or council of the Shah, or a foreign minister, the servants must always retire backward to the door. The number and character of the refreshments depend on the rank, the hour, and the season. In the morning, tea is served once. In the afternoon, the guest being of equal or higher rank, he is first served with tea in dainty glasses. This is followed by the kalian, or water pipe. When several persons of equal rank are to be served, it is the proper thing to bring an equal number of lighted pipes, but if one present outranks all the others, only one pipe is brought in, which is handed to him. Before smoking, he makes a feint of offering it in turn to all present, but woe to him who incautiously accepts before he of higher rank has smoked, for in that case he will be made to feel the withering scorn of which a Persian gentleman is capable. After the first kalian, tea is served again, followed by a second pipe. After a proper interval, the length of which is regulated by the acceptability of the visit, coffee is served in tiny cups, followed in turn by the pipe. This is the signal that the limit of the entertainment has been reached, and soon the guest in honeyed words expresses his acknowledgment for the courtesy of the host, and requires permission to depart. When the Persian New Year begins, with the spring equinox, the season is indicated by the substitution of a cool sherbet for the first cup of tea, and sometimes of an ice in the place of coffee, but after the September equinoctial, the tea and coffee are resumed. These may seem trivial matters, but in Persia they have great weight, and not only in the taste of the host indicated by the quality and style of the refreshments, but the savoir-faire and the rank of the guest are weighed by his bearing on such an occasion. It is of no slight importance that a European in Persia should understand the force of these laws of etiquette. Otherwise he is liable to have his breeding as a gentleman misunderstood, while, by strongly asserting his claim to all the privileges which he has the right to demand, suitable to his rank, he receives the respect which is his due, but which no Persian will give, except when he sees him firm on these points. End of section 81. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by Yael. Believe that he would resent any attempt to present him with a trifling gift as a recompense for the services he rendered officially for his government, and for which he had, presumably, been compensated by the Shah. This would have been the conclusion reached by one unacquainted with Oriental character, but my experience in the East led me to think otherwise. I felt that it would be safer to venture to offer him an official tip than to risk offending him by showing too much delicacy in the matter. On arriving at Teheran, I therefore presented him with a new saddle and bridle I had brought with me. He showed not the slightest hesitation at the proposal of such a present, but returned the saddle after inspection on the plea that it was shop-worn, and that out of respect to me he would prefer not to show to his friends a gift that seemed to be unworthy of a minister of the United States. As the saddle was entirely new and in perfectly good condition, I saw at once that his object was to receive a more valuable present, possibly in the shape of money. I therefore sent the saddle back to him with a message that I did not need instructions as to what kind of a present I should give, and that he ought to be thankful that I had remembered him at all. A European gentleman, who might have been consul for 10 years and held the rank of general and receiver of the royal guests to whom such a message should be sent, would probably reply with a challenge, but I had not mistaken the Oriental character. The saddle was accepted with a profusion of thanks. End of section 82. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by Yael.
Brought to our tent. But even now the difficulties did not vanish. According to Persian notions, a cow may not be milked without the presence of a calf. It is a disgrace for a man to milk a cow, so a woman had to come. Her husband was obliged to come likewise to look after her. She was greatly embarrassed to conceal her face while milking, as the mantle would not remain in place, but she at last avoided the difficulty by sitting on the farther side of the cow, while we discreetly kept on the other side. End of section 83. This recording is in the public domain.
Prayer. Dawn, middle of the morning, noon, middle of the afternoon, and sunset. Morning and evening, the muezzin mounts a minaret or the roof of a mosque and gives the azan, or call to prayer. God is great. I testify that there is no God but God. I testify that Muhammad is the apostle of God, and Ali is the vicegerent of God. Come to prayer. Come to security. Prayer is better than sleep. The muezzin may be an educated mullah or an ignorant man. A wealthy neighbor had the call given from his housetop by an illiterate scavenger or porter who had simply memorized the Arabic words and was paid for his trouble with some loads of wheat. The preparations for prayer are somewhat elaborate. Certain ablutions are preparative. The ablutions are performed not by dipping the hands in a basin, but by pouring water from a ewer or from the palm of the hand. The Sunnis and Shia wash the hands differently. One rubs towards the elbow, the other downward. They can be distinguished from each other by the direction of the hair on the arm. The toes are also carefully rubbed with water, the ears moistened, and the teeth cleaned. A spot of ink or other defilement may invalidate the prayer. When preliminaries have been finished, the worshipper takes his position on a prayer rug, with head uncovered and shoes removed, faces towards the Qibla, the Kaaba at Mecca, and places a tablet of pressed earth from Kerbkla before him, and holds a string of beads of the same earth in his hands. These beads number 99, according to the attributes of God. A long one at the end is called Mola. 2 double ones are called the Caliphs. With the beads, he keeps a tally of his petitions. The tablet is placed before him because Mohammed enjoined that the worshippers should bow their heads to the earth. The prayer is said according to a fixed rote, every motion being prescribed. With the repetition of certain words, the devotee raises his hands to heaven, with others his eyes. At one time he kneels, at another he prostrates himself with his forehead on the earth. Again he touches his knees, toes, palms of the hands, and forehead to indicate his absolute submission. He must not look backward during the exercise. He may, however, keep an eye on those round about him, and on his goods, lest they be stolen, or ejaculate a curse on his apprentice, or tell a passing customer to wait a little while, and he will attend to him. He may interject a greeting to a guest, or an order for tea, provided he proceeds without mistake. The prayer consists of certain surahs of the Quran in Arabic, which are understood by few in Persia, the same words being repeated day after day. All places are regarded as suitable for prayer. When the call sounds, the man stands up among his guests, or in his shop, in the midst of the noise of manufacturing, or on the housetop, or on the street corner. The workmen throw aside the pick and shovel and begin their devotions. The gospel idea of closet prayer is unknown to them. At first acquaintance, a Christian is an enigma to them, never being seen to engage in prayer. A native, describing a Christian lady, said, "She does not revile, she does not steal or lie, yet she has no religion." End of section 84. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by T.J. Burns.